Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, Infighting **** Nicholas. Under the insistence of Nicholas I, Prince Dolgorukov had to express to Nicholas I that he would definitely speed up the formulation of plans to start the attack around August. Nicholas I shouted loudly. Now he doesn't even want to wait a quarter of an hour. Dolgorukov even told him that he would have to wait a month. Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Dolgorukov responded humbly to Nicholas I, and then told Nicholas I of the predicament that the Russian Empire was now facing. The empire's strength on the southern front has reached the point where the east wall is to be replaced by the west wall. From the province of Bessarabia to the Crimea Peninsula to the Caucasus, it is necessary to guard against the surprise attacks of British and French warships and small groups of troops. Here is a brief summary of the recent battles in Crimea. Since Polisia led the army to occupy Sevastopol, his prestige in the coalition forces has surpassed that of Commander Aglan. Therefore, after receiving an order from Jérôme Bonaparte from Paris to reinforce Sevastopol and turn it into a giant fortress, he dispatched troops to reinforce the north and south banks of Sevastopol, especially the ridges on the north bank. Clearing the wrecks blocking the entrance to the port of Sevastopol, while dispatching a fleet with a small force to bombard the coastal cities of the Russian Empire, exhausting them. At the same time, he wrote to the sultans of the Ottoman Empire, asking them to continue to increase their leverage in the Caucasus. Therefore, the Russian Empire needs to keep a certain amount of troops in every city on the southern front. The troops of more than 30,000 people originally drawn from the Caucasus region are also due to the new. In fact, the old Governor Vorontsov of the Caucasus region. After pleading, he was forced to be transferred back to resist the offensive of the Ottoman Empire and maintain the logistics of the Caucasus. Dolgorukov, tell me what you have done all this time. Nicholas I pointed at Dolgorukov with a slightly trembling finger. He doesn't understand the former confidant. Why does the love will oppose him everywhere now? Is he really wrong? Shouldn't this war really go on? In just a split second, a distraught Nicholas I thought of ending the war. However, this idea lasted less than 2 seconds in Nicholas I's mind and was rejected by Nicholas I. To end the war now would prove to the outside world that he and his Russian Empire are nothing more than paper tigers. Nicholas I now firmly believe that when the Russian Empire fails to make Europe fearful, that is when the Russian Empire will be divided. For the sake of the Russian Empire, he could not have any weak ideas. Of course, Nicholas I's ideas were nothing but wishful conclusions of his own. The whole of Europe is apart from Palmerston, a slightly stunned man who is determined to destroy the Russian Empire in order to maintain the hegemony of the British Kingdom. None of the mainstream European countries wants Russia to die. At most, all countries are thinking of weakening the Russian Empire, making it impossible for the Russian Empire to interfere in the whole of Europe, thereby leaving room for the diplomacy of the whole of Europe to turn around. If the Russian Empire is outright brain dead, who can stop the French Empire? Don't look at the fact that everyone in Europe is now afraid of the justice execution of the Russian Empire. But when the Vienna Conference just opened, all countries were eager to find some opponents for the French Empire. The transition of European countries from guarding against Russia to guarding against Russia is only a recent matter. Although European countries did not want the Russian Empire to be divided, it did not mean that they wanted Nicholas I to continue to rule. Neither Nicholas I nor Alexander II can represent the entire Russian Empire. Your Majesty, I'm guilty. In the face of Nicholas I's rebuke, Dolgorukov did not choose to justify what he had done. He bluntly admitted his mistake to Nicholas I. I may not be able to be a minister of war position. Please allow the minister to resign from the post of war minister and find another worthy person. Dolgorukov's answer caught Nicholas I by surprise. He originally just wanted Dolgorukov to give him a suitable excuse. Then he scolded Dolgorukov a few words and then stabbed him to speed up the march to Sevastopol, preferably in mid-July. Start attacking left and right. It's only a week or so away from mid-July now. Who would have thought that Dolgorukov would threaten him with his resignation again? Does he really think that without him, I can't find anyone? No big deal, I can make it myself. The increasingly radical Nikolai pointed at Dolgorukov and reprimanded. Dolgorukov, you said you want to resign. Very good. I will satisfy you. From now on, you will not take up the post of Minister of War again. As soon as Nikolai's voice fell, Crown Prince Alexander's expression changed drastically. On behalf of the General Staff and Dolgorukov, he is very clear about the situation between the Ministry of War and the Southern Front. The problems of the Southern Front are logistics, weapons, military salaries, and soldiers. If the problem cannot be solved, what if the commander is changed? It is impossible for the commander to create a pile of supplies and weapons out of thin air, and now is the time of war, and changing the commander on the spot may affect the operation of the entire system. Dolgorukov has been in the Ministry of War for a long time, and the entire Ministry of War is almost all promoted by him. Although their ability is far less than that of his teacher Yomini, but barely able to maintain the operation of the military machine of the Ministry of War once Dolgorukov resigns. The people promoted by Dolgorukov will inevitably feel scared, and the entire department will be panicked. At that time, it is still unknown whether the machine of the Ministry of War will work. Not to mention, Dolgorukov himself has not suffered a major defeat like Menshikov, and he himself has been meticulously maintaining the stability of the Russian imperial war machine. If you deal with it hastily, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. After weighing the pros and cons, Crown Prince Alexander decided to stand up and say 2 words of justice for Dolgorukov in order to ease the atmosphere that is almost about to break now. I saw Alexander II stretched out his hand to block Dolgorukov's way and looked firmly at Nikolai on the throne. At this time, Alexander II actually discovered the wrinkles on Nikolai's face. Dad is still old after all. Alexander II had a disrespectful thought in his heart and felt that his father was aging at an unprecedented rate. Such aging was not only reflected in his age, but also in his personality and style of doing things. If Nikolai a few years ago would never have used this method to depose Dolgorukov, he would gradually weaken Dolgorukov's wings and lift him up, and then kick Dolgorukov away with one kick. Gorukov. Now Alexander, let him go. Nikolai ordered Crown Prince Alexander with a tired voice. In His Majesty, His Royal Highness, let me leave. Prince Dolgorukov whispered to Alexander II, Your Majesty, I don't think you should dismiss Prince Dolgorukov. Crown Prince Alexander said to Nikolai with a sonorous weapon. Should not be dismissed? Shouldn't Dolgorukov be dismissed for disobeying the Tsar? Nikolai got up from the throne and looked at Alexander II under the steps, looking like an angry king. Your Majesty, Dolgorukov is not against you. Crown Prince Alexander responded without any fear, and then explained to Nikolai what Dolgorukov had done recently. Including, but not limited to, rectifying the logistics of the Southern Front, recruiting new soldiers, formulating combat plans, strengthening the defense of key cities in the Southern Front, and preventing the recurrence of old events on the Crimea Peninsula, etc. Prince Dolgorukov has always followed your instructions and prepared for war in an orderly manner. Alexander II said to Nikolai sincerely, in order to complete the task you explained, Prince Dolgorukov has already. I haven't had a good rest for days. Hearing this, Nikolai was also moved, and he asked with a serious expression, Dolgorukov, is this true? Your Majesty. Dolgorukov turned and bowed to Nikolai, the meaning of which was self-evident. Zen. Nikolai wanted to say something, but after all, he couldn't say anything. He just asked indifferently, how long will it take for our troops deployed on the Southern Front to act? Around mid-August. Dolgorukov once again said to Nikolai, according to the Empire's intelligence on the Crimea Peninsula, the Empire must use about 200,000 troops to make a move. It takes a month for a huge army to prepare logistical preparations. Riyadh1.com is recruited from all over the Russian Empire to form a new army on the Southern Front, and it also takes time to run in. Crown Prince Alexander also told Nikolai that the plan for the attack on the Sevastopol fortress, formulated by the General Staff, had already been completed by the end of June. What they have to do between now and mid-August are 2 things. The first thing, the second thing, is to gather the logistics needed by the 200,000 troops. Okay, I can give you this time. Nicholas I nodded and said to Alexander and Olga Rukov, the time of the attack is set for late August. From now until late August, I will no question. Alexander. Hearing Nicholas I shouting, Alexander II quickly responded, Your Majesty, you will be solely responsible for military issues in the future. I'm tired. https://genius. Remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 602, The Future is Yours. I'm tired. After Nicholas I finished saying these words, he sat back on the throne, as if he had collapsed. After seeing Nicholas I's dejected expression on the throne, the 4 people under the steps shouted worriedly, Your Majesty, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. With a smirk on Nicholas I's face, he waved his hand and said to the 4 people down the steps, Dolgorukov, Nisherodi, Orlov. Yes. The 3 people who were called by Nicholas I responded almost simultaneously. You 3 can leave. Nicholas I glanced at Alexander again and said, Alexander can stay. Although the 3 people present were a little worried about the state of Nicholas I, they had to obey Nicholas I's order to leave. Only Alexander II and Nicholas I were left in the empty room. One of them looked up at the steps from under the steps, and the other looked down from the steps. One father and son represent the past and the other represents the future. They are silent about each other, just staring at each other silently, until a ray of sunlight passed through the glass windows of the summer palace, and shone on Alexander II and Nicholas I respectively. Nicholas I opened his mouth, and said to Alexander II, Alexander, come up. After Alexander II heard his father's call, he stepped on the steps step by step. The shadow under the sunlight gradually elongated as Alexander II moved, and covered Nicholas I on the throne. When Alexander II stepped on the last step, and came to Nicholas I, Nicholas I stood up, and walked to the side of the throne. Father, you are? Alexander II asked inexplicably. Alexander, sit down. Nicholas I said to Alexander II, pointing to the throne that symbolized the authority of the Tsar. No. Alexander II shook his head and refused. He didn't want to sit up before his father returned to God's embrace. This position belongs only to the Tsar. This position belongs not only to the current Tsar, but also to the future Tsar. Nicholas I replied to Alexander II, panting slightly, I'm the Tsar of the past. You are the Tsar of the future, so you are qualified. Sit here. The future does not represent the present. Alexander II's sophistry said, I'll let you sit down. Nicholas I said to Alexander II forcefully, in the name of the Tsar, I'll let you sit down. Seeing this scene, Alexander II had to obey Nicholas I's order and sat down. A wonderful feeling poured into his mind, a feeling that he could never feel when he was the crown prince. Look down now. Nicholas I's voice reached Alexander II's ears the moment Alexander II followed Nicholas I's order and looked down. There was an illusion in his mind that the world was in my hands. This chair seemed to be no longer a simple chair, but to the whole world. Do you feel it? Nicholas I asked Alexander I. Alexander II nodded subconsciously. Tell me, what do you feel? Nicholas I continued to ask Alexander II. The world. Alexander II replied immediately, I feel like I can control the whole world. Very good. Nicholas I smiled, and then said to Alexander II, now stand up. Although Alexander II was a little reluctant, he still stood up. Still, that feeling of being in control hasn't gone away. Now you go slowly. Nicholas I said again. Alexander II followed Nicholas I's orders and went down, then turned to face Nicholas I. When he looked at Nicholas I, who was standing on the throne again, this feeling disappeared without a trace, and he returned to the identity of the crown prince. And now, Nicholas I asked again. Alexander II shook his head and said to Nicholas I, no more. I hope you can always remember these 2 feelings. Nicholas I taught with a serious expression, after I die, you will become the new Tsar of the Russian Empire. At that time, you will have the feeling of you sitting here. Nicholas I patted the chair. It will slowly corrode your whole person like a poison. Your wisdom and your reason will be in overwhelming flattery fading away. You will gradually alienate you from this. Become arrogant. Father. Alexander II wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Nicholas I's low voice. Listen to me. Alexander II had to be quiet, listening quietly to Nicholas I's self-deprecation. Alexander, I hope you won't be like me after you become the Tsar. Nicholas I showed a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking back on his own life, he worked hard for most of his life and found that all he did was futile effort. Here, Nicholas I's thinking has gone to the other extreme and he has begun to deny everything he has done before. Father, you said an excellent Tsar. Alexander II hurriedly comforted Nicholas I. Good, Tsar. Nicholas I shook his head and laughed at himself. I have never accomplished a few things in my life, so how can I be called a good Tsar? Alexander, you have to remember a few things. Nicholas, I told Alexander II, as if he was explaining his last words. After Alexander II succeeded to the throne, he would use the liberation of serfs as a means to redeem the mistakes he, Nicholas I, made. The Russian Empire should also pay more attention, learn from the British and French, and learn their advanced technology just like Peter the Great at the beginning. Only in this way will the Russian Empire not face the fate of failure again. It is necessary to be good at discovering Russian native talents and do not rely too much on German talents, because this era has already different from the times between. When Nicholas I finished speaking, he sat on the throne again without saying a word. Father, these reforms still need people like you to be able to control them. Alexander II said to Nicholas I can't. Nicholas I shook his head and said to Alexander II, I'm a person living in an old era. Our era was not like it is now. If I were to carry out reforms, it would only change the original situation got worse. Having said that, Nicholas I pointed to Alexander II, and you are different. You live in this era. I'm afraid that you have already had a solution in your heart. Alexander II was silent. He did have a slightly different plan in his mind than his father. He wanted to end the war with Jerome Bonaparte and then use the money of the French Empire to develop the Russian Empire into something like Britain, same as France. After I die, you can negotiate peace with Britain and France, or you can continue to fight with them. But before you become the Tsar, I hope you can fight with me. Just treat me as an old man who is about to die. An illusory dream. Can you promise me? Nicholas I said to Alexander in an almost pleading tone. Father, I promise you. Seeing that Nicholas I had put down his body to please him, Alexander II had to promise Nicholas I between now and the death of Nicholas I. Alexander II will be a steadfast fighter. On the 7th day after Franz Joseph and Prince Albert left Paris, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly remembered that he seemed to be doved by this guy near point. He remembered that he had ordered Neil to assist Cousin in sorting out the honored members before the military parade began. As a result, several weeks had passed, and Neil had not handed over the specific list of members to him. What are these two guys doing, Neil and Montauban? Jerome Bonner whispered, putting down the document in his hand, and then called Mocker over and ordered him to go to the general staff and fight the war. Department Compoint Mocker left quickly after receiving the order. After a while, the French Deputy Chief of General Staff Neil and the Minister of War Cousin Montbonteau appeared in his office. Minister Montbonteau, how is the list prepared by the Ministry of War? Jerome Bonaparte asked the Minister of War Cousin Montbonteau about the list. Your Majesty, this is the list of promoted members and medals we have drawn up. Please take a look. Cousin Montauban, who heard Jerome Bonaparte's inquiry about the list, was relieved, and he hurriedly handed the list to Jerome Bonaparte. Why did you hand it over to me now? Jerome Bonaparte asked Cousin Montauban, while turning over the first page of the list. reading www.urkanshu.com. Cousin Montauban had to ask Jerome Bonaparte for his sons. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand to Cousin Montauban and said, forget it, it's not easy for you. I saw that the first name on the first page was Marshal St. Arnault. His credit was to lead the French soldiers to occupy the Sevastopol fortress at a very small cost, so the Ministry of War suggested to grant the symbol France's highest honor, the Grand Cross, also awarded the title of Count of St. Honored Sevastopol. The second credit goes to the de facto commander-in-chief of the French Expeditionary Force, Pelissier, who, as commanded by Sevastopol, occupied Sevastopol with his daring Military action. The Ministry of War suggested to award it to the Marshal Scepter. The 3rd and 4th places were Conrobel and Boakes, who were awarded the Commander level Gold Legion of Honor respectively. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 603, Arrangements before departure. After reading the merits and honors that should be awarded to a Marshal read, St. Arnault, and 3 generals, Pelissier, Conrobert, Bourquet, who were in charge of commanding the entire Crimean War. Jerome U. Bonaparte raised his head and gave Cuse and Montauban a nod in approval. You guys have done a good job in this aspect of the War Department, so it should be counted in this way. This is because you taught me well. Cuse and Montauban replied respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte. This has nothing to do with me. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head. He didn't want to take all the credit for himself. Let's do it. Give the department responsible for the statistics of this list a collective credit, cousin. Montauban hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Jerome Bonaparte on behalf of the statistics department of the Ministry of War. This is the honor they deserve, said Jerome Bonaparte in a calm tone. Point afterwards, he turned down the first page again and looked at the content behind point. After a marshal and 3 generals are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Division Chiefs of Staff, rank, Brigadier General Colonel, precisely because they lead the staff of the Expeditionary Army according to the Expeditionary Army staff. The general policy of the ministry and the corresponding plans were formulated, and the victory of the fortress of Sevastopol was achieved, and all 2 of them, the chiefs of staff with the rank of Brigadier General, were to be awarded the Legion of Honor. Silver is worse than that of Conrobel and others. 1 rank, a colonel-ranked chief of staff was offered a promotion to Brigadier General. Point after these 3 division chiefs, Marc Mahon and Bazin, familiar to Jerome Bonaparte, appeared on the list. Point as the only 2 sharp knives in the entire Expeditionary Army. The Zouave soldiers of these 2 regiments can be said to have not left a war, from the Silistra fortress to the Yevpatoria Lodgin, and then to the Battle of Alma, the raid and the attack and defense of the Star Fortress. Marc Mahon and Bazin can be said to have handed over a satisfactory answer to Jerome Bonaparte. Point. If it is only calculated in terms of tough battles and bad battles, Marc Mahon and Bazin's credit can be said to be above those of the 3 division chiefs of staff. However, under the transformation of Jerome Bonaparte, the current French army has gradually become an army centered on the orders of the staff, instead of being determined by the quality of the commander himself as before. Point. Therefore, the role of Marc Mahon and Bazin in the raid is indeed much greater than that of the division chief of staff, and the combined credit of the 2 is far less than that of the division chief of staff. Point. Although Marc Mahon and Bazin ranked behind the 3 division chiefs on the list, they shared the Silver Legion of Honor with those chiefs. Then, it is the credit of the regiments and battalion level officers under the division. Because many battles are fought by the vanguard's regiment and battalion system, the follow-up troops will choose to swarm up or run away in ashes. The 2 victories on the Crimean battlefield were determined at the regiment and battalion levels. The remaining troops were defeated, and then the cavalry troops entered the opponent's camp and began to harvest the head. Point. If you are lucky, the enemy's army will be directly separated and surrounded by cavalry units after the first turn, and then 1 point. As for the merits of each company's troops, it is not included in the statistics of the War Department at all. Their appointment and removal power is in the hands of the divisions. All the War Department needs to do is to deal with the list of promoted members. After receiving the instruction of the company level promotion list requested by the War Department, each unit will hand over the list of company level cadres that have already been promoted to the War Department, and the War Department who has taken over the list will conduct sorting and processing. Point. However, although there are no names of company level members on the list, Jerome Bonaparte found the name of his nephew, Jerome Patterson, in the last part of the list. Jerome Bonaparte Joseph Patterson, member of the French 1st Division, rank, captain, participated in the battles, the Battle of Silistra, the Battle of Alma, the Battle of Sevastopol. In the list of recommendations for awards, the War Department recommended the promotion of Captain Jerome Patterson to Lieutenant Colonel. Is this a suggestion from your War Department, or is it a suggestion from the Expeditionary Forces Command? Jerome Bonaparte put Jerome Patterson's information on Causen Montauban and Niels. Ask them before, Your Majesty. This is the suggestion of the Expeditionary Force Headquarters. Neil hurriedly responded. They also said that Captain Jerome Patterson performed his duties in the above mentioned battles and was worthy of the Bonaparte family name. Yeah. Hughes and Montauban also echoed. Even so, you can't be promoted out of line. Jerome Bonaparte said decisively. Jerome Bonaparte looked at what his nephew did in the Crimean War and found that Jerome Patterson was either Conrobert's adjutant or Pellas. Lee's temporary adjutant didn't really go to the grassroots level at all. All he did was to convey orders from Conrobel or Perlasia. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte would never agree to the proposal of the Expeditionary Army Command to upgrade to 2 levels at one point. He would rather let his nephew's career in the army be a little slower and more stable than let him go straight to the top. Although on the surface, it is indeed easier to build up power by stepping through 2 or 3 levels, but this kind of power is like a sandcastle on the beach that cannot withstand any impact at all. Just like Jerome Bonaparte's own father, Prince Montfort, regardless of the title of Imperial Marshal hanging on his head now, his prestige in the army is not comparable to that of Saint Marshal Reynolds. The commander of Strasbourg is no match for him, and all his titles are based on the fact that Jerome Bonaparte himself is the emperor of the empire. The establishment of any power is not built overnight, and it takes bit by bit to accumulate contacts to succeed. If Jerome Patterson was promoted to major, it would be more in line with his credit, and it would give people a feeling of steady progress. If you are promoted to lieutenant colonel, it is obvious that there are some forcible promotions. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Cousin Monbonto asked cautiously. Promoted to major, and then awarded a knighthood, 4th class. Jerome Bonaparte said to Cousin Monbonto. Yes. Cousin Monbonto quickly replied. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte put down the list in his hand and asked Cousin Monbonto and Neil, that's right. Your 2 departments also need to draw up a copy. We still have to draw up. Cousin Montauban looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. He didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. Yes! Exclamation mark. You 2 departments should also draw up a copy. I said that the honor of war belongs not only to the soldiers who fought **** battles on the front line, but also to the logistics department that provides protection for the soldiers on the front line. Without them providing ammunition supplies for the soldiers on the front line, the soldiers on the front line would be afraid. We can only fight the enemy with bare hands. Jerome Bonaparte said logically to Cousin Montauban and Near, and then added, however, the awards and honors of your 2 departments, the promotion needs to wait until the end of the war. You only need to record those who performed well in the war in the Eucalyptus, and then wait for the end of the war to give awards together. Cousin Montauban and Neil nodded, indicating that they would definitely do as Jerome Bonaparte said, and at the same time, asked Jerome Bonaparte if he could disclose it to their subordinates in advance. This news, take the initiative to reveal that you can't mobilize them. You have to make them think that they discovered it by themselves. Jerome Bonaparte showed a wicked smile. People always like to do things secretly. Cousin Montauban and Neil immediately said they would do as Jerome Bonaparte said. Okay. Now that all the preparations have been made, when do you think I should leave? Jerome Bonaparte asked Cousin Montauban and Near, rubbing his chin lightly. Your Majesty, I think it's better for the Ministry of War to do this. You just need to be in Paris. After many days, Cousin Montauban once again suggested that Jerome Bonaparte should not leave Paris, although it is said that the empire has used successive victories to conquer the people of Paris. It is impossible to guarantee that there will be no mistakes. If after Jerome Bonaparte left, the guy lurking in the dark rebelled again, the empire might be about to be destroyed. This matter is not negotiable. I have to go to Constantinople in person. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Cousin Montauban without compromise. Yes. Facing the powerful Jerome Bonaparte, Cousin Montauban could only choose to yield. During my absence, Near. Jerome Bonaparte turned his gaze to Near. Here. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte calling out his name, Neil's heart beat faster. You are in charge of the army. Jerome Bonaparte said to Near. All the troops in Paris must not be moved without permission. Yes. Neil replied decisively. In terms of the government, I will assign someone. You just need to work with him. Jerome Bonaparte continued. The departure time is set for July 20th. Between now and when I arrive in Constantinople, I can't leak a word. If anyone leaks it, Jerome Bonaparte snorted coldly, and the meaning was self-evident. Point after cousin Montauban and Near had left, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Mockett to call the Chancellor of Justice. Rout. Point about half an hour later, the Chancellor of Justice, Rout, appeared in the office of Jerome Bonaparte. Boo, sit down. I have something I want to discuss with you. https://genius. Remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 604. Deputy Emperor Rout. Rue, sit down. I have something to discuss with you. In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's cheerful attitude, Eugen Rout was both happy and terrified. Fortunately, His Majesty the Emperor, who has not met alone for a long time, actually met with him alone, which means that he himself has not lost the trust of the Emperor, and he still has room for improvement. The point of panic is whether the Emperor suddenly summoned him to ask him for something that cannot be disclosed to the public. Eugen Rout, who has been working with the Emperor for almost 6 years, knows the Emperor's style of doing things too well. There is a high probability that this sudden summons is to want him to do something that is inconvenient for him. However, there is a high probability that this sudden summons is to want him to do something that is inconvenient for him. Even if Rout has decided that he may be given a difficult job by the Emperor, he must seize every opportunity, because as the imperial system gradually stabilizes, more and more newcomers are springing up like mushrooms after a rain. A little careless, these old people who once assisted His Majesty the Emperor will be replaced. Once they lose this position, it will be difficult for them to get up, and maybe His Majesty the Emperor will send them to the Senate for the sake of their hard work. The world lacks everything, and there is no shortage of people who want to climb up. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Eugen Rout immediately assumed a posture of sharing the king's worries. You don't need this. Jerome Bonaparte patted Eugen Rout on the shoulder and said kindly, I called you here just to chat with you. Take it easy. Chat? How is this possible? Eugen Rout couldn't help but smile inwardly, but he obeyed Jerome Bonaparte on the surface, and his tense face relaxed a little. Looking at Eugen Rout's transformation, Jerome Bonaparte nodded in satisfaction and said, isn't this very good? Why do you have to make the chat atmosphere so tense? He paused, then continued. Asked, by the way, how are you feeling recently? Your Majesty, I feel very good. The work of the Minister of Justice has made me feel an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Eugen Rout responded to Jerome Bonaparte, as long as you are satisfied. Jerome Bonaparte asked Eugen Rout with a smile, however, although the work of the Minister of Justice has brought me fulfillment, it has caused me a kind of annoyance. What troubles do you have? Tell me, and I'll see if I can solve it for you. Jerome Bonaparte still asked Eugen Rout in the tone of a good friend. My job as Minister of Justice makes it impossible for me to stay by your side and serve you. Eugen Rout replied to Jerome Bonaparte, pretending to be annoyed. Sometimes, I think that I should just quit. The job of Chancellor of Justice will stay with you attentively. You are the backbone of the empire. How can you only stay by my side? Wouldn't that be overkill? Of course Jerome Bonaparte understood that Eugen Rout was showing his loyalty to him, and he also happy to see it happen. I don't have any talent. It's because of your simplicity that I have the opportunity to serve the empire. Eugen Rout then complimented Jerome Bonaparte. There are talented people in this world. There are too many, and there are too few people who are good at discovering talents. Without you, even my great talent would be of no use. Not to mention, I don't have a particularly great talent myself. Rout, you are too modest. Jerome Bonaparte to Eugen Rout with a stern face. Judging from Jerome Bonaparte's expression, he seemed a little unhappy with Eugen Rout's excessive self-effacement. Your Majesty, I'm not responded being humble. I'm seeking truth from facts. Rout also corrected Jerome Bonaparte's mistake with a serious look. If it weren't for you, I might still be an unknown person now. The legendary little lawyer. How many people can know me? It's because of you that I can stand here. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte decided to get to the point. I do have something to ask of you, Your Majesty. Please give an order. Eugen Rout said as he sat upright. You don't need to be so serious. Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and said in an easygoing tone, "I said this was just a small talk. If you don't want to, then forget it. Your Majesty, you said. I will do my best to complete it." Huguenot said to Jerome Bonaparte with a solemn expression. "That's it, I think." Jerome Bonaparte tactfully told Huguenot that he wanted to leave Paris while I'm away. "I want to leave Paris when I'm away. During this time in Paris, the daily meetings are up to you." After all, Queen Augusta was still pregnant, and she couldn't hold meetings that often. In this case, her body will be unable to bear it. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's appeal, Huguenot's mind went blank. He couldn't believe what he heard. "Oh, God, am I dreaming? If it's a dream, then please don't wake me up." Huguenot roared wildly in his heart, and Jerome Bonaparte gave him a mission that was more exciting than he imagined. Give him the right to hold daily meetings. This is equivalent to handing over part of the executive power of the empire to him. Even if it is only a part of the administrative power, it is greater than the power of the Minister of the Seal and the Minister of State. During the period when the emperor left France, Huguenot was equivalent to the deputy emperor of the entire empire. Just as Huguenot was stunned, Jerome Bonaparte's voice reached his ears, and he hurriedly apologized to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, I'm rude. It's nothing." Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand generously, and then asked with a smile, "Is there anything you want to ask me, Huguenot?" Raoul pondered for a moment, then asked Jerome Bonaparte carefully, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "Constantinople. I'm going to honor those soldiers." Jerome Bonaparte responded immediately, "Constantinople." Eugene Rouet exclaimed, and then persuaded Jerome Bonaparte not to go. "Your Majesty, the entire empire exists because of you. Constantinople must not go." "Rouet, are you teaching me to do things?" said Jerome Bonaparte in a nonchalant tone. "Your Majesty, that's not what I meant." Eugene Rouet hurriedly explained. "I just, what?" continued Jerome Bonaparte. "I'm just worried about your safety in Constantinople." Eugene Rouet said through gritted teeth. "Don't worry about this, an army will come with me." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Huguenot, "Would you like to accept this job?" Now that Huguenot knew that he couldn't stop Jerome Bonaparte from going to Constantinople, he had no choice but to point out that he would do his best to assist Her Majesty the Queen. "I can rest assured that you are here in Paris." Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and patted Huguenot on the shoulder again. Afterwards, he euphemistically issued an expulsion order and said, "You can go and prepare while there is still some time left." "Yes, Your Majesty." After Huguenot left, Jerome Bonaparte sent people to the National Intelligence Service to look for Marcel Hérouvre. "Your Majesty." Marcel Hérouvre respectfully responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "While I'm away from Paris, you have to monitor Huguenot closely. As soon as you find any signs of rebellion, cut down the roots immediately." Jerome Bonaparte said without a trace of warmth in his voice. The reason why he chose Huguenot was that Rouet, who was the Minister of Justice, had been in the remote areas of Jerome Bonaparte's core group for a long time, and his influence on other members of the core group was not as strong as that of rich people. So even if he divided part of the executive power, he could not threaten the safety of Jerome Bonaparte's regime. Neither Fould, Morny, nor Pessigny would completely obey Huguenot, and even if Huguenot wanted to betray the country, he could not reach an agreement with the cabinet members. Not to mention, the army around Paris would be in Niel's hands after Jerome Bonaparte left. Niel himself was already regarded as a core member of the Jerome Bonaparte military group, and the future chief of the general staff was ironclad. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't imagine how the opposition would move Niel unless Niel is promised the post of prime minister. But how can someone like Niel risk a bad promise? Sending Marcel Hérouvre to monitor Huguenot was just an insurance policy to prevent Rouet from having a hot head and directly exploding in Paris. "Yes." Marcel Hérouvre replied immediately. In the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte showed no sign of leaving, as if he had just said that he was going to Constantinople just casually. It was not until the third day before departure that Jerome Bonaparte called Richard Metternich to his office Riyadh1.com and asked him if he would like to go with him to Constantinople. "Your Majesty, are you going to Constantinople?" Richard Metternich asked in surprise. "Didn't I tell you already?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Richard Metternich. Now, what are you thinking about? After hesitating for a moment, Richard Metternich asked Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, when are you going to leave? I'm ready, let's go in 3 days, replied Jerome Bonaparte. So fast? Richard Metternich said in surprise, and then continued, okay, I'll go back and prepare. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 605. 3 Carriages. After informing Richard Metternich of the imminent departure, Jerome Bonaparte decided to hold another small family gathering at the Tuileries Palace, and he ordered Mockett to bless his father. The Prince and Princess Mathilde are invited to the Tuileries Palace. Considering that his father, Prince Montfort, might be fooling around somewhere in Paris again, Jerome Bonaparte stopped Mockett again and said, You go to inform my sister Mathilde first, and then go to find my father. Do you understand? Understood. Mockett nodded in response to Jerome Bonaparte, then turned and left the study. Shortly after Mockett left, Jerome Bonaparte also left the study and went to the seat of Queen Augusta. At this time, Queen Augusta was sitting on a chair, quietly reading a collection of poems, the author of which was Byron, who had been dead for nearly 30 years. When Jerome Bonaparte entered the room, Queen Augusta put down the Byron poems in her hand and looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a gentle smile on her face. Bonaparte said, What's the matter? Did something happen? It's nothing. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head, walked straight to Queen Augusta, sat down, took the Byron poems in his hand, and said with a smile, You still read this? I have nothing to do to read 2 pages. Queen Augusta glanced at Jerome Bonaparte and pouted, Who made some people look so tight that they didn't even want me to go out. I'm not afraid. Jerome Bonaparte sneered, then caressed Queen Augusta's belly with his hand, and said affectionately, As long as you get through this time, you want to, you can do anything. Looking at Jerome Bonaparte, who was cautiously in front of him, for fear of any accident, Augusta's eyes also became tender. She knew the importance of a legitimate son to the whole new country. An emperor who cannot bear heirs, no matter how capable he is, will not gain the full loyalty of his subordinates, because his subordinates also need to think about their offspring. Without a crown prince, it means that the wealth and safety of their next generation are not guaranteed, because the new emperor will inevitably alienate some of the old emperor's important ministers, so that they can make room for later generations. If it were the emperor's own son, this change would not be so bloody. After all, the new emperor also has to take care of the old emperor's face. New emperors with a little bit of skill will choose to go to the old and welcome the new. That is to say, let the older generation leave, and their descendants will take their place, or a little bit more than them. At a lower level, there will be absolutely no confiscation of property, throwing into debt prison or the like. In the case of not the emperor's biological son, there is no way to guarantee this situation. If a branch hostile to them ascends the throne, the situation will be even worse. Napoleon III in history once asked his half-brother Morn. This is when the crown prince was not born. After his death, Morn was willing to support Jerome Bonaparte. Morn's answer was also straightforward. He would rather return to the Orleans dynasty than assist Jerome Bonaparte, because the original Jerome Bonaparte was already full of wings. Morny would not be reused after joining, and it would be different if he joined Orleans. Of course, in this world, Jerome Bonaparte is a direct promoter of Morn, so there is no such situation in the history of OTL. However, if Jerome Bonaparte had asked Morny if he was willing to assist Jerome Patterson, like his deceased cousin, the answer he would get might not be too different from the answer that Napoleon III asked Morny. This is not just the answer of Morny alone. Most of the important ministers in the empire are not too different from his answer. I see. Augusta nodded, then leaned against Jerome Bonaparte's shoulder. You must be in trouble. Tell me, what is it? Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Jerome Bonaparte showed a wry smile. I originally wanted to wait for my father and sister to come and talk about it. Father and sister are coming too. Emperor Augusta raised his head and asked with a serious expression, what is it? It is necessary to mobilize people like this. It's like this. Jerome Bonaparte told Queen Augusta that he was about to leave for Constantinople. Queen Augusta looked at Jerome Bonaparte in astonishment and said to him in a tone of resentment, I don't agree with your decision. Augusta, I have already agreed with Richard Metternich. I will leave tomorrow. Jerome Bonaparte pleaded with Queen Augusta. You're gone. What about Paris? What about France? Queen Augusta asked Jerome Bonaparte. There are two in Paris, Near and Rouet. One of them is in charge of the army and the other is in charge of the government. There will be no problem. Jerome Bonaparte said to Augusta, and I'm going to let you form a temporary agency with my sister Mathilde and my father Montfort. The two of them will report the problem directly to you, or my sister Mathilde. Jerome Bonaparte paused for a few seconds, then said, also, I won't stay there for too long. The reason why I went to Constantinople was only to honor the soldiers of the fortress. They fought **** battles for France. If I, the emperor, didn't go to the front to encourage me, what kind of decency would it be? Why didn't Victoria and Albert go? Queen Augusta didn't want to let Jerome Bonaparte risk alone, she said as an example, because Victoria and Albert are kings of Britain, not emperors of France. Their people will not be as violent as ours, and their land forces will not enjoy a certain position in France like ours, so they won't worry about it. Jerome Bonaparte said proudly and helplessly. It is too difficult to be emperor in Paris, which is famous for its opposition to tyranny. He has to walk every step carefully like a tightrope, the army and public opinion, the two main pillars supporting the empire. He could not lose either. The collapse of any one of the pillars will cause the entire empire to fall into ruins. Augusta, I have to consolidate Bonaparte's position in the army. Uncle's shadow will one day be exhausted, so we must go out of our own way. Jerome Bonaparte, the tone of voice firmly responded to Augusta. From the time he took up the Napoleon flag to rectify the army, he had already thought about how to establish a prestige like his uncle in the army. He hoped that when the soldiers in the army thought of him, they thought of our great military commander, Jerome Bonaparte, not nephew of the great military commander, Napoleon. For the sake of our children's smooth sailing in the future, I will try, no matter how dangerous it is. Jerome Bonaparte said righteously. He understood that for Augusta, who was about to become a mother, nothing was more important than a child, even Jerome Bonaparte himself. So Jerome Bonaparte believed that, as long as he did it in the name of for the sake of children, Augusta would definitely not object. Sure enough, Augusta hesitated for a moment, and asked if Jerome Bonaparte was only going to Constantinople instead of Sevastopol. Of course. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and responded with a firm tone that before Queen Augusta could speak, there was a knock on the door, and Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly said, "Please come in." Mathilde, the eldest princess of the Second French Empire, appeared and asked Jerome Bonaparte what was the reason for calling him here. "Sister, close the door first," Jerome Bonaparte said to Mathilde. Mathilde closed the door and sat on the other side of Augusta. Jerome Bonaparte told Princess Mathilde what he had said to Queen Augusta. "I don't agree." Princess Mathilde responded loudly, "The empire has not been established for 3 years, and it is only recently that the empire has been stabilized. You want to learn from your uncle's imperial expedition now." After speaking, Princess Mathilde pouted, as if to say that you are not qualified enough. "Sister, I also graduated from the Württemberg Military Academy." Jerome Bonaparte protested in a low voice. "Yes, a top student who graduated from the Württemberg Military Academy." Princess Mathilde still couldn't change her sneering attitude. Although Jerome Bonaparte spent some time at the Württemberg Military Academy with his brother when he was very young, Jerome Bonaparte's late brother was a higher military academy. What he read by himself was similar to the Japanese nature of Luzaro. When Jerome Bonaparte's mother died, Jerome Bonaparte had no intention of continuing to study in the military school, so he graduated early and followed his father, again settled in the Apennine Peninsula. "Besides, I'm just awarding and commanding the army," explained Jerome Bonaparte. "Do I need you for the award? Can't other people pass in your place?" Princess Mathilde asked back. "If I go in person, it will also improve morale." Jerome Bonaparte continued to defend. "Improve morale? How can the morale of the empire be improved now?" Princess Mathilde continued to ask. "I walked to the street and I could hear people on the street talking about the Crimean War, which needs to be improved." "To what extent?" Facing Princess Mathilde's inquiries one after another, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't hang up. He knew that his sister was concerned about his own safety, but in front of Augusta, he couldn't leave himself a little bit. Augusta, who was on the side, also saw the embarrassment of Jerome Bonaparte. She hurriedly defended Jerome Bonaparte. This time he acted for their unborn child. You still look like an adult. Princess Mathilde decided to give Jerome Bonaparte a little face. She turned to ask Augusta if she was willing to let Jerome Bonaparte leave. Augusta told Princess Mathilde, you reading www.can't-you-com. She didn't want Jerome Bonaparte to go to Constantinople, but even if she opposed Jerome Bonaparte, she wouldn't go there secretly. You. Princess Mathilde pointed at Jerome Bonaparte for a long time and said, you are really not worrying at all. Tell me, how are you going to arrange it? Jerome Bonaparte told Princess Mathilde what she thought, and Princess Mathilde nodded in approval. Your idea is quite reliable. But, forget it, father. He will only make things happen. It's a mess. Those people in the family should also be careful. I'm afraid that, as soon as you leave the front foot, they will act like a demon. At this time, Princess Mathilde incarnated as Jerome Bonaparte's military advisor to fill the vacancy for Jerome Bonaparte. In the end, Prince Montfort was also excluded from power, became the person to replace Prince Montfort's niche. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 606, Toulon Naval Port. As Jerome Bonaparte quelled the dissension within the family, the plan to go to Constantinople proceeded methodically. In order to prevent Paris from falling into a small-scale chaos because of his departure, Jerome Bonaparte summoned Neil and Rowett again and told them not to bring him to Constantinople until he arrived in Constantinople. News of his trip to Constantinople spread. Neil and Rowett assured Jerome Bonaparte that they would strictly restrain their subordinates. After Neil and Rowett left, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Mockert to go to the headquarters of Le Bonaparte and Le French to tell them that he was about to go to the port of Toulon for inspection. After receiving the order, Mockert immediately went to the headquarters of the two newspapers to inform them of the news. After a long time, Mockert came to Jerome Bonaparte's side to return to life. You did a great job. Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction and then exhorted, while I'm away, your task is to assist my sister Mathilde. You must be like Serve Princess Mathilde as you serve me. Your Majesty, I will definitely obey your orders. Mockert replied to Jerome Bonaparte, and then emphasized, but I may not be able to serve Princess Mathilde wholeheartedly, because I serve there is one and only one monarch, and that is you, your Majesty. Hearing Mockert's flattering reply, a pleasant smile appeared on Jerome Bonaparte's face. Then, Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and asked Mockert to leave the study. Jerome Bonaparte, who was alone in the study, continued to process the documents from the secretary's office. With the passage of time, Jerome Bonaparte soon came to the day of departure. Just when the early morning light pierced the deep night, Jerome Bonaparte got out of bed under the servant's service and got up. After a simple breakfast, he took the suitcase that he had prepared the day before. Mockert originally helped Jerome Bonaparte with the suitcase, but was stopped by Jerome Bonaparte and arrived in Paris by carriage. A temporary, military, railway station in the suburbs. It was only 7:30 when Jerome Bonaparte entered the train platform. At this time, there were only Jerome Bonaparte and the soldiers who were responsible for escorting him on the railway station platform. After a while, with the sound of a whistle coming from a distance, he on the platform understood that the train was about to arrive at the platform. Richard, why haven't you come yet? Jerome frowned and muttered in a low voice. At this moment, there was loud a rush of footsteps behind Jerome Bonaparte, followed by Richard Metternich's panting voice. Your Majesty, it's still on time, said Jerome Bonaparte lightly. Another 5 minutes passed, and the steam train slowly stopped on the platform. This is a steam train with 3 carriages. The front and rear 2 carriages of the train are converted from carriages for transporting goods into troop carriages. The soldiers standing neatly on the troop carriages will be the best of Jerome Bonaparte's trip important guardian, and the middle carriage is the next temporary residence for Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich. After Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich got into the train, they found that the car they lived in not only had a bed fixed to the ground, but also a desk for office, hanging from the wall of the car. Wait. Not only that, but they also found packaged cans and high-end cigarettes and imported cigars produced by North Industries Group in the drawers of their desks. Jerome Bonaparte opened a humidor to remove a cigar and asked Richard Metternich, "Richard, do you want to smoke?" Richard Metternich nodded. Jerome Bonaparte threw the cigar and the matchbox to him, then took out a cigar from the humidor and took out a match from the drawer to light the cigar again. After a while, wisps of white smoke drifted down the car window to the field beyond the railroad tracks, and then gradually disappeared. When Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich arrived in Towlin, it was the afternoon of the second day. Those responsible for welcoming Jerome Bonaparte on the platform were Admiral Deco and his admirals, as well as industrial and commercial magnates in Towlin and its vicinity. When they received the news that Jerome Bonaparte was going to visit Towlin, they came to wait near the train platform early for nearly 2 hours. As for why the Admiralty is in Towlin, of course, it is because of his hands-on attitude towards naval affairs. Since the construction of the new warships began, he had traveled between Towlin and Paris from time to time, but this time he just happened to be in Towlin. Of course, in addition to supervising the construction of new warships, Deco is also responsible for the transportation of supplies from Towlin to Sevastopol, and can be regarded as the busiest person in the entire cabinet. If it wasn't for the emperor who arrived this time, Dick would never come in person. In his opinion, every second he stands here is a blasphemy to the naval career. The whistle of the steam train reached Deco's melancholy face, and finally relieved, he turned his head and smiled to the general behind him. "Your Majesty is coming." The admiral standing behind Minister Deco did not doubt Minister Deco's judgment in the slightest, and they also issued an order to prepare like a naval band. After about 5 minutes, the train carrying Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich stopped steadily in front of Minister Deco. Seeing Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich in the carriage, Minister Deco had a surprised expression on his face. Why did Richard Metternich, the master of the Austrian Empire, come here with His Majesty? The doubtful Minister Deco walked quickly to the door of the carriage. After Jerome Bonaparte walked out of the carriage, he gave Minister Deco a hug. "Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard." Minister Deco shook his head. Then, under the introduction of Minister Deco, Jerome Bonaparte shook hands with the admiral and the industrial and commercial giants, and gave them a few words of encouragement. Everyone who shook hands with Jerome Bonaparte showed excited expressions, as if the fans of later generations met the big stars. From a certain point of view, Jerome Bonaparte is indeed a star, and he is also a big star who has learned to market. After the introduction of the generals and the giants, Minister Deco told Jerome Bonaparte that he had arranged a grand welcome ceremony for him at the Towlin Naval Port. The ceremony was held in the most luxurious hotel in Towlin. There is no need for the ceremony. Jerome Bonaparte refused under the eager eyes of the industrial and commercial giants. "I'm more concerned about the progress of the new warships than the so-called welcome ceremony. After continuous improvement by the team under the Naval Department, we have built a ship with better performance than the previous Napoleon, the original ironclad, currently on patrol in the Black Sea. If you don't mind, I'll take you there," said Minister Deco to Jerome Bonaparte. "Yes." Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then asked Richard Metternich, "Richard, are you willing to accompany me?" "It's my honor, Your Majesty," Richard Metternich replied to Jerome Bonaparte. He also wanted to see what the so-called new warship was talking about by Minister Deco. Deco, Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich gave up the welcome ceremony and changed to a carriage to go to the port of Towlin with Minister Deco. During the time he went to the military port of Towlin, Minister Deco carefully asked Jerome Bonaparte why Ambassador Richard Metternich appeared here. "Deco, in fact, Richard Metternich and I are not going to Towlin. Towlin is just a transit point for us. Our goal is Constantinople." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Deco. "Ah." Deco was taken aback when he heard Jerome Bonaparte's answer. "Your Majesty, you just said you were going to Constantinople." "That's right," Jerome Bonaparte said rightfully. "Constantinople is the final destination." "Paris?" Deco asked Jerome Bonaparte again. "You don't need to worry about this. I have already arranged it. You just need to carry out your work step by step," Jerome Bonaparte said to Deco. Then Jerome Bonaparte, in front of Richard Metternich, inquired about the number of ships departing from Towlin Naval Port every day. Dicko told Jérôme Bonaparte that hundreds of thousands of ships would travel between the two places every day, and that France was fully capable of supplying an additional 150,000 people to fight. Dicko's answer shocked Richard Metternich, who wanted the port of Venice. If the warships in Dicko's mouth attack Venice, they may also be reduced to the same result as the Russian Empire. Your Majesty, we have now figured out the idea of the new battleship, and reading www.urkanshu.com is currently optimizing it step by step. Minister Dicko responded to Jérôme Bonaparte, very good. Jérôme Bonaparte nodded and praised, we only need to be steady, and we won't be able to catch up with Britain and narrow the gap with Britain. When the carriage came to the front of the trestle, it slowly stopped, and the horse pie in the driver's seat said to the nobleman in the carriage, Your Majesty, Your Excellency Minister, we have arrived. The three of Jérôme Bonaparte slowly got off the carriage, and the admirals and business giants who followed behind you also followed closely behind. At this time, the military port of Toulon was still busy, with merchant ships coming and going, transporting industrial products, including cans, rails, and artillery, from all over France to the Crimean Peninsula, part of which was already in the Syrian province of Ottoman. To keep the war going, https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, Friendship Ironclad. Richard Metternich, who was standing on the trestle of the military port, looked at the workers who were working in an orderly manner on the distant transport port wharf, with a hint of surprise on his face. Of course, Richard Metternich was not surprised by the workers at the port, but by the strict discipline of the workers. The workers on the dock are like ants working on a fixed trajectory, and their discipline is comparable to that of a part of the regular army. He really can't figure out what force is keeping them perfectly in place. Even the stevedores on the London and Seine quays are not like them, and their Vienna stevedores are worse than the previous two. Richard Metternich couldn't help but suspect that the stevedores in front of him were regular troops at this moment. Jérôme Bonaparte's voice reached Richard Metternich's ear and said, You manage the military port well. This is all thanks to you. Minister Dick said to Jérôme Bonaparte, if it weren't for the management method you designed, the Toulon naval port would not have become what it is now. Management method? Richard Metternich glanced at Jérôme Bonaparte subconsciously. Judging from what Minister Dicko said just now, the reason why the port of Toulon has become what it is now has something to do with Jérôme Bonaparte. For the first time, Richard Metternich felt that there really seemed to be an almighty monarch in this world. No matter which aspect, Jérôme Bonaparte seemed to be involved. Compared with Jérôme Bonaparte, the monarch he is loyal to is really far worse. At this moment he suddenly wanted to ask Jérôme Bonaparte how much he still had in his mind. However, Richard Metternich did not rashly ask Jérôme Bonaparte. After all, Jérôme Bonaparte is a monarch no matter what, so Richard Metternich's question is really overstepping his boundaries. Just as Richard Metternich was thinking, he suddenly felt a hand fall on his shoulder. He immediately came back to his senses and looked at the owner of the hand. That's right. It was Jérôme Bonaparte. Mr. Richard, what do you think? Jérôme Bonaparte patted Richard Metternich proudly and asked Richard Metternich, Your Majesty, I think Minister Dicko has managed the port very well. Although there are many workers in the port, every worker is working in an orderly manner. Richard Metternich complimented Jérôme Bonaparte responded with a sentence. Then the conversation changed, and he summoned the courage to ask Jérôme Bonaparte, Your Majesty, what is the management method that Minister Dicko just said? This. Jérôme Bonaparte pondered for a moment, then told Richard Metternich, actually, it's not a secret, just enough money and strict discipline are enough. Wages for workers working in such ports are not paid monthly, but are paid on a per piece basis. The price of transporting different things on the ship is different, and each transport link is closely linked with the next transport link. If any link is delayed, the workers in the entire link will suffer losses. Therefore, if they want to get this salary, they must strictly restrain themselves and at the same time supervise the workers in the last transportation process. If there is a flaw in any transportation process, then this person will be crowded out by the workers in the entire link and then be forced to leave here. The management method mentioned by Jerome Bonaparte is essentially the use of hard-working workers to rule lazy workers. When the lazy workers are all excluded, the hard-working workers will naturally occupy the majority. Is this alright? Richard Metternich showed a little doubt on his face. He didn't believe what Jerome Bonaparte said. That's it. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Richard Metternich with a firm tone. He didn't want to tell Richard Met about the establishment of a yellow trade union in the Towlin naval port near Varna. Yes, the truth is exactly what Richard Metternich thought. It is an idiot to want to control the workers just by simple supervision. So Jerome Bonaparte also set up a yellow labor union. The purpose of this yellow labor union is to seek welfare for the workers on the surface. In fact, it is Jerome Bonaparte, something that Pakistan set up to prevent the establishment of genuine unions. It was designed to weaken the will of those who wanted to rebel against the workers. It just takes the workers' scabs in the union to spread some rumors. For example, the Italians may come to *** their jobs, so that the workers in the port have a sense of employment crisis. In this case, they will be obedient point after all. Every year, a large number of Italians in southern France enter France for work through Savoy and Nice, and their prices are lower than the prices of native French workers, so many businessmen prefer to hire those lovely hard-working Italians. Of course, they could also protest in solidarity with the Italians, but the workers' consciousness in this period was not yet so high. But even if they really wanted to unite, Jerome Bonaparte would have ordered them to be destroyed. In the 19th century, when nationalism was on the rise, calling for great proletarian unity was basically impossible. The reason why Jerome Bonaparte was reluctant to tell Richard Metternich about the Yellow Union was that he did not want the Austrian Empire to accelerate too fast. Yellow unions and nationalism are the best combination, and the Austrian Empire's use of nationalism is only a dead end. Seeing that Richard Metternich still had doubts, Jerome Bonaparte decisively ended the conversation and then ordered Minister Dick to take them to the location of the new battleship. Under the leadership of Minister Dick, Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich walked to the end of the trestle and arrived at the location where the French battleship was berthed. Richard Metternich's expression gradually changed from indifference to shock, because what caught his eyes was a row of battleships which stood neatly on the sea like giants, giving people a sense of greatness. Impact point in front of the giant battleship. Anyone will feel how small they are. At this time, Richard Metternich couldn't help but think of the battleships of the Austrian Empire in the port of Venice. Compared with the battleships in front of him, the battleships in the port of Venice were like children playing at home. The battleships in front of there are only part of the French naval port in Towlin, and some of the battleships are now in the Black Sea area. If these two parts are added together, it should be comparable to the British fleet in the Mediterranean. Richard Metternich thought to himself. When Richard Metternich glanced at the battleships in the naval port one by one, his gaze stayed on the battleship in the middle point, because this battleship is very different from other battleships. Other battleships are made of wood as a hull, and this battleship is made of mixture of human iron hull and oak, laying a layer of steel plate, 12.7mm armor deck. From the perspective of later generations, the ability of this armor deck to defend against artillery is not too strong, but at least it pointed out the direction for later ironclad ships. This method of making battleships out of iron can be said to subvert Richard Metternich's common sense, making him wonder whether the battleship in front of him can be used for real combat. Your Majesty, we use the iron hull according to your instructions, and at the same time, laid an armored deck on the iron hull to increase the defense capability of the entire ship. However, due to the iron hull used in the hull itself, in order to reduce its weight, we have reduced 6 164mm guns. Napoleon is equipped with 36 164mm guns, based on the experience of the previous warship. Minister Deacon explained to Jerome Bonaparte incessantly, the length of this ship is 83.26 meters, the width is 16.7 meters, the displacement is 63.26 tons, and its draft and speed are 9.7 meters and 9.7 meters respectively. Section 12.5 inches. After Minister Decaux told Jerome Bonaparte all the data of the fleet, Jerome Bonaparte was compared with the previous Napoleon. No matter in terms of captain, Napoleon is 17 meters long, displacement, 5529 tons, or speed, 11.75 knots. This fleet is far superior to Napoleon. It can be said to be the first ironclad ship in the true sense. Of course, the Napoleon can also be regarded as an ironclad ship. After all, with Napoleon as a pioneer, this new warship can be born smoothly. You are doing well. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, and then asked Minister Dick if he had named the battleship. Your Majesty, if you don't mind, we want to name it after you. Minister Decaux responded to Jerome Bonaparte, my name. It's inappropriate. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head, then, it's up to you to name it. Minister Decaux handed over the naming rights of the battleship to Jerome Bonaparte. Reading www.urkanshu.com. Jerome Bonaparte took a careful look at the battleship in front of him, and then glanced at Richard Metternich. Mr. Richard, what name do you think I should give him? Your Majesty, it's up to you. Richard Metternich replied immediately, and he also expected what kind of name Jerome Bonaparte would give the ship. After pacing back and forth for a few laps, Jerome Bonaparte looked again at the battleship in front of him. Since this battleship was accompanied by Richard Metternich to watch it, it should be called the Friendship. I hope the friendship between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire can be as indestructible as this warship. What do you say, Mr. Richard? Your Majesty, this name couldn't be more appropriate. https://genius. Remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 608. Sailing on the sea depends on the helmsman. After the new warship was named Friendship by Jerome Bonaparte, he asked Minister Dick if he could take him into the Friendship for a tour. Your Majesty, the Friendship already belongs to you, and to the entire French Empire. Minister Decaux replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte and others called the boat to board the deck of the ironclad Friendship. After receiving the news of the arrival of Jerome Bonaparte and Admiral Decaux, the captain in charge of the new ironclad hurriedly called the sailors in the ironclad to gather on the deck. Since the construction of the Friendship ironclad was completed in less than 2 months, and the entire ship has not really performed an **** mission, the sailors on the ironclad are still in a dissatisfied state of 430 people, 570 fully equipped. 400 sailors stood on the deck and looked at Jerome Bonaparte and Decaux, who were directly in front of them. Many of them had excited expressions on their faces. This was their first close encounter with the Emperor's nephew. Looking at the dark soldiers in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte did not speak, but walked among them, shook hands with them, and asked their names and places of residence. Almost every soldier who shook hands with Jerome Bonaparte told him this information in a trembling voice. When Jerome Bonaparte shook hands with all the soldiers, more than an hour had passed. Then, Jerome Bonaparte stood in front of them again, praising their dedication to France and encouraging them to build a navy that is not inferior to the Kingdom of Britain. We have to prove to Britain that not only are we stronger than the British Army in terms of the army, but also in terms of the navy. We are also as good as the British Navy. Build an independent naval fleet, one that I and Decaux share. I believe that with such a fleet France will be able to spread its civilization to every corner of the world. Let the indigenous civilizations in the world learn French spontaneously and become a part of the French world. Jerome Bonaparte said in a high voice. In front of this new group of ironclad sailors, Jerome Bonaparte tried his best to use euphemisms to instill his colonial ideas into the sailors. In his mind, the role of the French fleet is not only to challenge the British sea power, but also to expand the French colony. Therefore, a strong navy is a necessary condition for France, so I hope you can act as much as possible. In order to build a strong navy, I myself will support you with 12 points of spirit. I believe that with the joint efforts of both of us, France will be able to succeed. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's voice fell, the captain of the ironclad Friendship immediately began to applaud, and the sailors on the ironclad also applauded for Jerome Bonaparte. Thunderous applause appeared on the ironclad, and after a while, under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, the applause gradually subsided. Then, Jerome Bonaparte, like the captain, gave an order to disband. Everyone has it. Disband. the captain said in a loud voice to the members standing on the deck. The sailors on deck obeyed the captain's order and returned to their respective posts, and then the captain came to Jerome Bonaparte and stood with Minister Decaux. "I hope that the Friendship can be my ship to Constantinople this time," Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Decaux. "Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will definitely prepare all the personnel before departure." Minister Dick said immediately, "Very good." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and then jokingly said to Minister Decaux, "Dyke, this battleship has been requisitioned by me, Your Majesty. This is your fleet." Decaux replied in a submissive tone, then turned to the captain and explained the task of escorting Jerome Bonaparte to Constantinople. "I will definitely complete it successfully," the captain responded in a sonorous tone. "Since everyone has come, why don't we have a meal here?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Richard Metternich. Richard Metternich nodded slightly and said that he had never eaten on a battleship. "You have to work hard. If Ambassador Richard is not satisfied, don't blame me for being ruthless," Jerome Bonaparte said to the captain in a playful tone. "Your Majesty, please rest assured, our warship has been equipped with the best chefs in the Navy. Although it is not as good as your chef at the Tuileries Palace, it is also unique. I believe it will make Richard MD as satisfied," said the captain diligently to Jerome Bonaparte. "Yeah, even I am a little jealous of the chefs in their fleet." Minister Decaux also smiled and said, "Since ancient times, the Navy's treatment has been the most generous of all arms, not only because there are a large number of noble officers in the naval army, but also because the price of training a qualified naval soldier is almost the same as his equivalent of gold. So, almost all countries will have the best chefs in their fleets. Even if the future is like Japan, a country where the army is about to graze, the Navy still enjoys supranational treatment. British meals, pasta, many things Japanese have never seen in their entire lives are all things that sailors take for granted. Therefore, the future battleship Yamato was also nicknamed the Yamato Restaurant. The topic goes back to the ironclad Friendship. As the first battleship made of iron shell, Decaux can be said to have put too much effort into it. Therefore, the ironclad has been carefully selected by Decaux from the sailors to the restaurant chefs. "That's good. I'll wait and see," Jerome Bonaparte said with a smile. "By the way, where is the restaurant? Your Majesty, please come with me." The captain hurriedly led the way for Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte entered the interior of the hull and found the officers' cafeteria on the first floor. The interior of the hull is composed of no-floor spaces, of which the first and second are the rest and entertainment places for sailors and officers, and the fourth floor is the place where artillery and steam engines are placed. And the materials stacked on the fifth floor are responsible for the ballast. Entering the restaurant, Jerome Bonaparte smiled and greeted the officers in the restaurant, then walked to a table near the corner and sat down. After about half an hour, the chef of the ship's restaurant began to serve dishes. Looking at the table full of dishes in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte also couldn't help thinking whether the budget he allocated to the French Navy was a bit too much. Foie gras, snails, steak. There is a table full. It is really a bit too much, too extravagant. After all the dishes were finished, the chef brought 2 more bottles of wine from Bordeaux. Judging from the outsourcing of wine, this bottle of wine should also have some years. The chef uncorked the wine and poured the wine into the glass. Jerome Bonaparte picked up the wine glass, stood up and said loudly to everyone in the restaurant, "This first glass of wine, toast France, may the French Empire grow stronger day by day." All the officers present stood up, and they also raised their glasses and responded, "May the French Empire grow stronger day by day." Jerome Bonaparte drank the first glass of wine with everyone present, and then sat down again. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte and the others chatted while eating. This small banquet lasted for nearly 2 hours. When the last ray of the sunset reluctantly disappeared on the sea level, night came, and the light of the kerosene lamp replaced the time to illuminate the entire ironclad ship. Jerome Bonaparte and others left the ship under the asterisk of the captain, and then took a small boat to the port. Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing on the pier, stared at the sparkling sea. After a long time, he recovered and looked at Minister Dick beside him and said, "Where is our residence? Your Majesty, please come with me." Minister Decaux hurriedly responded. Jerome Bonaparte, under the leadership of Minister Dick, came to the trestle again and looked into the distance through the trestle. At this time, the wharf where the goods were transported was still brightly lit, and workers were working tirelessly their point. After walking to the trestle on the side away from the pier, several carriages were parked there. Jerome Bonaparte entered the carriage according to the combination when he came, and the carriage gradually accelerated forward under the illumination of the kerosene lamps on both sides. After about 10 minutes, the carriage stopped in front of a castle. "Your Majesty, it is here," Minister Dick said to Jerome Bonaparte. Pointing to the castle point, Jerome Bonaparte and others entered the castle, and the butler who was in charge of taking care of the castle hurriedly greeted him. After seeing Dick and others coming, "This is your Majesty," Minister Decaux introduced to the housekeeper. "Your Majesty." The butler, who had long known that the emperor would arrive, hurriedly bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte nodded slightly and then ordered the housekeeper to prepare a room for him and Richard Metternich to rest. After the two of them slept beautifully in the castle, Richard Metternich wrote to Prince Metternich in the middle of the night to tell Prince Metternich that France had a war with new warships. Jerome Bonaparte, accompanied by Minister Decaux, went to Towland City Hall to meet the senior bureaucrats of Towland City Hall. Reading www.urkanshu.com. Richard Metternich used this time to send a letter to the Austrian Empire. That evening, a banquet was held in the Naval Club of Towlen, during which Jerome Bonaparte met all the admirals of the Towlen region. Jerome Bonaparte also shook hands with them and encouraged them. Over the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte met in the chateau with some of Towlen's industrial and commercial magnates to inquire about the progress of their enterprises. The giants have expressed that, thanks to his Hang Fu release of water, their enterprises are in a stage of rapid development, and the scale of many factories has more than doubled compared to the original, and their enterprises are still absorbing workers continuously. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 609, Limit Expansion. After Jerome Bonaparte listened to the expansion blueprint of the Towlen industrial and commercial giant, he was not happy at all. Instead he frowned. Seeing this scene, the industrial and commercial magnates standing beside Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but panic. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty," the giants shouted uncomfortably. Jerome Bonaparte, who had regained his senses, loosened his netted brows and reassured his face with a smile. "You don't need to be so nervous. I just thought of something." "You guys continue to talk." The giants breathed a sigh of relief and then continued to introduce their industries and plans to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte listened carefully to the descriptions of the giants, nodding from time to time, as if agreeing with their plans. After the banquet was over, Jerome Bonaparte ordered the butler to call Minister Decaux to the study. While he went to the study first, "Minister Decaux, Your Majesty ordered you to go to the study." The butler came to Minister Decaux and said respectfully to him. After being stunned for a few seconds, Minister Decaux asked the housekeeper, "Did Your Majesty tell you what he asked me to do?" "Your Majesty didn't say it. He just asked me to notify you," the butler continued. "Then lead the way." Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Minister Decaux came to the door of the study, and he pushed open the door and entered the study. At this time, there was only Jerome Bonaparte in the study room. Sitting next to a desk made of fir wood, he quietly sat at the table with a kerosene lamp burning with blue flames. It was not until the arrival of Minister Decaux that Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention from the flames to Minister Decaux. "Your Majesty." Minister Decaux shouted respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte. "Decaux, here you are." Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture. "Sit down." "Yes, Your Majesty." Minister Decaux walked faster than before and sat down in front of Jerome Bonaparte. Seeing this, the butler hurriedly closed the door for them, leaving only Jerome Bonaparte and Decaux in the room. "Decaux, I remember that you also ran a business before you became a minister, right?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Decaux in an easygoing tone. "Yes, Your Majesty." Although Minister Decaux didn't understand why Jerome Bonaparte asked this, he still answered Jerome Bonaparte's question honestly. "Now, how is your shipyard doing?" Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask. "Thank you. The shipyard is doing well in general, and my wife plans to expand it by the end of the year." Minister Decaux replied to Jerome Bonaparte point. Since Jerome Bonaparte started to build the navy, all the French shipyards have won the spring, and many factories are working overtime. Point after the start of the Crimean War, France's industry centered on naval transportation also took the east wind of the war to a higher level. Point. If the first beneficiary of the Crimean War was Jerome Bonaparte, then the second beneficiary was our entrepreneurs and bankers. In the real industry, do you want to expand? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Decaux in amazement. He didn't understand whether Decaux was really stupid or fake. Didn't he know that after the war ended, all factories would probably have to lay off work as well? Yes. Minister Decaux smiled and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, the current scale is still unable to meet the needs of our manufacturing fleet, especially after the development of new warships. The subordinates found that many factories were unable to satisfy to become the supply chain of new warships. This term was also given to him by Jerome Bonaparte, so his subordinates wanted to merge some of the companies that did not meet the regulations, so that they could form several larger groups. Even Paris like North Industries Group. In this way, we can complement each other's advantages. Good guy. Thinking of the trust group so quickly, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but praise the vision of Minister Decaux. Point in this land of small farmers and conservative soil, it is genius to see the vague outlines of the road ahead. Decaux, as an entrepreneur and a statesman, you should understand that this war will end sooner or later. Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Decaux, we cannot delay the war for 8 years. No, let alone 10 or years 8. Even if the war is delayed until this time next year, I'm afraid that the people of Paris will stand up against us. The short-lived chicken blood can make the French people forget about the inflation brought about by the release of water, but once the time is prolonged, the entire France will immediately be in turmoil. Point the French Empire in history ended the war in a hurry when the people re-examined their gains and losses in this war. Even if Napoleon III acted so quickly, the French Empire was inevitably faced with economic turmoil in the second year, 1857, after the war was completely over. Napoleon III then continued his adventure in 1859, acquiring Savoy and Nice. Almost every foreign intervention after the Crimean War began, when the French economy was about to collapse. Point Jerome Bonaparte does not want to repeat the same mistakes. He wants to be the promoter of the war, not the promoter. Of course I understand, Minister Dick said with a sincere expression, but the subordinates believe that we have to do this. The production of new warships can no longer be produced in small workshops like before. They must be centralized. I agree with your centralized plan in principle, but you always need funds to acquire them. You also need to arrange for their workers. What are you going to do with this money? Jerome Bonaparte asked curiously. Ask Minister Decaux. Your Majesty, my plan is to mortgage part of the equity of the newly established company to the Banque de France and borrow an acquisition fund from the Banque de France. Minister Decaux responded to Jerome Bonaparte, however, the Banque de France will hold shares in your company. You don't have to worry that the group you formed will be taken away by the Banque de France. Jerome Bonaparte touched his chin and asked Minister Decaux. The problem described by Jerome Bonaparte is a common problem in the entire French enterprise. Factory owners are afraid of their own enterprises being taken away, so they rarely borrow money from banks. Banks are also not as quick as loan sharks, because the benefits of factories are not as fast as loan sharks, and factory owners are tough guys, and they are also unwilling to lend to factory owners. Your Majesty, the Banque de France is only responsible for investment, not management. Minister Decaux responded to Jerome Bonaparte, and the Banque de France is now under the jurisdiction of the government, and its subordinates mortgage the shares of the newly established company to Jerome Bonaparte. The Banque de France, isn't it just mortgaged to the government? You are about to turn your left hand over your right hand, Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Decaux without hesitation. Since the new company is under the jurisdiction of the government, Decaux, as the Secretary of the Navy, has the ability to interfere with the operation of the new company. As long as Decaux is still in this position, the new company he built will never have to worry about being taken over in the event that Decaux leaves his position. Who loses his rights? Who has the right to discuss the future? Your Majesty, I'm using legal means to maintain the Navy. Minister Decaux smiled slyly. Okay. Even if you can overcome all difficulties and successfully build the group you want, How are you going to meet the mist storm? Jerome Bonaparte asked Minister Decaux again. I just heard by the time those guys are preparing to expand aggressively, I can already foresee that the scene after the war will be corpses everywhere. Keynesianism in the gold standard era is not a god. The prosperity brought about by large-scale water release is just a deformed prosperity. Once the war is over, the orders of factories around the world will usher in a large-scale decline, and workers will also face large-scale unemployment. The banknotes in their hands are likely to completely wipe out the domestic economic market point. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's words, Decaux also frowned. He was blinded by the short-lived prosperity and realized the destruction behind the prosperity. Your Majesty, what should we do? Minister Decaux subconsciously realized Jerome Bonaparte's solution. Your Majesty, what should we do? Naval Commission must consciously limit the expansion of the factory. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Minister Decaux. He is not against expansion, but he is against savage and disorderly expansion. When you see the cusp of the storm, you will keep squeezing on the wave. Once the tide recedes, there will be a large number of people facing the situation of naked swimming. Also, your naval department must also learn to develop externally. Leasing out useless ships. No, selling them. Jerome Bonaparte again provided Decaux with a solution. Sardinia and the Kingdom of Asia, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, the Austrian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Governor of Egypt, and the Governor of Tunisia are all potential customers. For some countries that want a navy but do not have qualified naval personnel, the Naval Department can also send people to guide. Minister Decaux, who was inspired by Jerome Bonaparte, immediately realized that this method was indeed the only way to solve problems in the future. Although the French Navy is slightly inferior to the British Navy, in fact, the gap is very large, it naturally has the advantage of crushing the navies of other countries. Although our hardware conditions are not as good as Britain's, as long as our after-sales service is good, they will not choose us. Jerome Bonaparte once again instilled some marketing ideas for the later generations for Minister Decaux. British ships are really good, but that also means they are hard to book. Not to mention, Britain itself is also a major naval power, and their own country also has to build warships. Therefore, the French Helen only needs to be faster than the British in terms of after-sales and shipping speed. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 610, Open Source and Reduce Expenditure and Industrial Upgrading. Under the careful guidance of Jerome Bonaparte, Minister Decaux finally got the hang of it. Shortly after Jerome Bonaparte left, Minister Decaux contacted the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, hoping that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs could help the Navy to sell a batch of expired warships. These so-called expired warships are nominally expired, but in fact they are only one generation lower than the ironclad ships. No matter which country is equipped with this warship, the combat effectiveness at sea can be significantly improved. In order to make the sale of warships successful, Minister Decaux also packaged some naval officers together with the fleet and sold them, and even came up with packages. At the same time, he has spent a lot of money in many countries advocating that warships are the face of the country, and that big is beauty. Therefore, many countries are willing to take a loan to buy a warship to act as a face, and the high military expenditure of the Navy has barely stopped the large-scale loss, because the French Navy kept selling warships. The French people of later generations put titles such as Father of Ironclads and Founder of the New Navy on the head of Minister Jane Decaux. No one knew that the reason why Minister Jane Decaux came up with this method was due to Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. Of course, these are all things in the future. The current Minister Decaux is still acting as a qualified audience. He does not understand why His Majesty the Emperor has so many strange ideas in his mind, which he has never heard of before. However, these methods seem to work, if you think about them carefully. Your Majesty, I understand what you mean. Minister Decaux hurriedly said to Jerome Bonaparte, you want to use the method of selling warships and earning the difference in loans to subsidize domestic enterprises in disguise. Jerome Bonaparte's face showed a teachable expression. He nodded and said to Minister Decaux, yes, we must take advantage of the fact that our economy has not yet entered a recession. A new way to make money. Only in this way can we slow down the impact of the war on society as a whole. You know what I mean? Understood. Minister Decaux nodded slightly and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, of course, this method only gives us a little breath. The core of the empire lies in industrial upgrading and taxation. Jerome Bonaparte said casually. Your Majesty, what is industrial upgrading? Minister Decaux, who heard this term for the first time, asked Jerome Bonaparte curiously, is there any difference between the textile machine at the beginning of this century and the current textile machine? What is the difference between the two? Jerome Bonaparte asked Minister Decaux. The number of cloths produced by the textile machines at the beginning of the century is not as good as it is now. Minister Decaux replied decisively. You see, this is industrial upgrading. Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Decaux, with the progress of the times, the speed of what we can manufacture is also accelerating. When the old technology cannot meet the present, when society becomes more social, new technologies will come out to replace them. Just like the railway has replaced the carriage, and the telegraph has replaced the post station. I bet you, within 10 years, a whole new era will come. And the first product of the new era is to replace the kerosene lamp. Jerome Bonaparte's confident expression and speech made Minister Decaux somewhat believe in Jerome Bonaparte's speech point. Perhaps the original His Majesty Bonaparte was also like His Majesty. Minister Decaux thought to himself. Point after Jerome Bonaparte and Decaux had finished chatting for a while, Decaux left the study point. When the first ray of morning light on the sea pierced the darkness, the sound of roosters sounded, and a mist rising from the sea began to dissipate gradually. Point the workers on the port terminal dragged their tired bodies to work again. Boxes of strategic materials were transported to the cargo ship by their hands, and then escorted by warships. They left the port terminal and headed to the Crimea Peninsula. Point and today is also the time when Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich left Taulan for Constantinople. Point Jerome Bonaparte, who got up early in the morning, was escorted by Minister Decaux to the trestle. At this time, Richard Metternich had been waiting on the trestle for some time. When Richard Metternich saw Jerome Bonaparte, his serious face smiled. Mr. Richard, let's go, said Jerome Bonaparte to Richard Metternich. Point the two walked all the way, and soon came to the front of the Friendship ironclad ship. Point. After seeing Jerome Bonaparte arriving at the naval port, the captain in charge of the response hurriedly greeted him in person. Thank you for your hard work, Jerome Bonaparte said to the captain with a smile. No, it's not hard work. The captain shook his head and responded. Point Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich boarded the boat, and the boat carried Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich to the ironclad ship Friendship. The two who boarded the ironclad were immediately surrounded by the sailors in the ironclad, mostly Jerome Bonaparte, and many sailors rushed to shake hands with Jerome Bonaparte. If it wasn't for the captain's roar to send them back to their respective posts, the sailors would probably have been surrounding Jerome Bonaparte forever. Your Majesty, the captain's face showed a look of shame. Isn't it good? Jerome Bonaparte smiled, and he responded to the captain unhurriedly. I can see from them that they are loyal to the Bonaparte family. This kind of loyalty is worth cherishing. Thank you for your magnanimity, said the captain excitedly to Jerome Bonaparte. By the way, how long do we have to leave? Jerome Bonaparte asked when the warship was leaving. Point the captain told Jerome Bonaparte that the ironclad had to wait for all the cargo to be loaded before leaving. Point of course, if Jerome Bonaparte had to choose to leave now, all the members of the ironclad would resolutely implement Jerome Bonaparte's order. Just wait. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and refused. I can't disrupt the entire transportation plan. Nearly 2 hours passed, and the sun in the sky gradually moved from east to south. Your Majesty, all the ammunition, artillery, and supplies destined for Crimea have been loaded. We can leave now, the captain reported to Jerome Bonaparte. Very good. Let's go then. Jerome Bonaparte nodded in response to the captain, as the ironclad began to leave the naval port under the dual action of the steam engine and the mast sail. The figure on the shore became more and more blurred. Jerome Bonaparte withdrew his gaze and looked at the rationale on the inside of the deck. Chad Metternich. Point the current Richard Metternich has long lived up to his previous calmness. His face became white and painful as the ironclad continued to move. Point seeing Richard Metternich's expression, Jerome Bonaparte subconsciously thought of seasickness. He quickly walked to Richard Metternich's side and asked him, how is it? Can you hold on? Your Majesty, I'm not. It's okay. Richard Metternich showed an expression that was even uglier than crying and said intermittently, "I may be a little uncomfortable being away from the land. This is the first time I've been away from the land." Seeing Richard Metternich showing a dying expression, Jerome Bonaparte had to order the captain to send someone to help Richard Metternich into the warship, and then ordered the captain to call the doctor in the warship treated Richard Metternich, while he himself stood on the deck and looked into the distance point. After a while, the captain came to Jerome Bonaparte and reported to Jerome Bonaparte about Richard Metternich. "Your Majesty, Ambassador Richard has already eaten the medicine prepared by the doctor. The potion has now fallen into a deep sleep. Is he seasick, or is he suffering from other diseases?" Jerome Bonaparte asked the captain. "As far as the current situation is concerned, Mr. Richard Metternich should be dizzy because of seasickness for the first time. Many sailors who boarded the ship for the first time have experienced such a similar situation. Just a few days." The captain replied to Jerome Bonaparte. The captain's words made Jerome Bonaparte heave a sigh of relief. He didn't want Richard Metternich to die on the ship. Francophiles like Richard Metternich had better live 100 years. "Okay. It's fine," Jerome Bonaparte said lightly. "The food for Richard these days can be a little lighter." During the next period of time at sea, Richard Metternich ate the light food ordered by Jerome Bonaparte at almost every meal, and his face gradually became flushed. During this period, the ironclads continued to advance, and soon arrived near Constantinople. "Your Majesty, we will drop you and Ambassador Richard Metternich at the right port in Constantinople. At that time, there will be members of the French embassy there to welcome you." Reporting to Jerome Bonaparte, who said I was going to disembark at Constantinople, Jerome Bonaparte asked rhetorically, "You didn't mean to be in Constantinople?" The captain asked with a bewildered expression. "That was my idea a few days ago, and now I only have one idea." Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the direction of the Crimea Peninsula and responded to the captain, "That is to go to the Crimea Peninsula." Crimea. After the captain heard Jerome Bonaparte's words, he desperately shook his head and refused. "Your Majesty, for your safety, I must stop the ship at Junshi, Tantlepel. https://genius. Remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 611. Breeding Ambition. Are you going to rebel? Jerome Bonaparte sternly reprimanded the captain, who was standing in front of him with a stern face and was about to dismiss the captain if he disagreed. When the surrounding sailors saw this scene, they unconsciously stopped and stayed where they were. "Your Majesty, your subordinates dare not." The captain lowered his stance and bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. "Don't you dare? You are so bold right now." Jerome Bonaparte said to the captain yin and yang, "I can almost decide now. Where am I going?" I asked, "What exactly is this ship? Who is in charge?" "There is only one son on this ship, and that is you, Your Majesty." The captain complimented from the bottom of his heart. "That's how you treat me? Are you treating your son?" Jerome Bonaparte refuted mercilessly, then pointed to the surrounding sailors and said to the captain, "Believe it or not, I only need an order. Your captain is at the end." The captain summoned his courage and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Even if your Majesty dismisses me now, I will not allow you to go to Crimea. You are the future of the empire, and for France, I will absolutely will not allow you to travel to Crimea, you bastard." A helpless smile appeared on Jerome Bonaparte's face. He understood that he had met Leng Tao King. "You are not afraid that I will directly dismiss you from your position and throw you in the sea feeds the fish? Your Majesty, even if you appoint anyone on the ship to be the captain, they will not allow you to go to the Crimea Peninsula." The captain replied to Jerome Bonaparte and then said loudly to the sailors, "After I die, you must not let His Majesty go to the Crimea Peninsula." After speaking, the captain put on a heroic appearance. "You bastard." Jerome Bonaparte repeated what he said before. He patted the captain on the shoulder and said helplessly, "You don't have to add drama to yourself. I just don't want to go. Your Majesty is wise." The captain hurriedly flattered Jerome Bonaparte. "I just said that someone like you, Your Majesty, how could you?" Okay. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and responded to the captain, "Just in the port of Constantinople. Put me down. Also, you go and take Richard Metternich call out of the room." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the captain gave Jerome Bonaparte a military salute, He immediately trotted into the cabin to wake up Richard Metternich, who was lying on the bed. After a while, Richard Metternich came to Jerome Bonaparte and sat on the steps of the deck with Jerome Bonaparte. "Ambassador Richard, how are you feeling today?" Jerome Bonaparte asked casually with his hands drooping on his open thighs. "Your Majesty, it is much better now," Richard Metternich replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Hearing this, Jerome Bonaparte carefully looked at Richard Metternich's face. Judging from his face, it was indeed the case. Richard Metternich, who had just boarded the boat, was blushing in white, as if he was about to die, and now Richard Metternich's flushed face revealed a hint of pallor. "After a while, the two of us will disembark," Jerome Bonaparte replied to Richard Metternich with a sigh. Richard Metternich was stunned for a few seconds, then asked Jerome Bonaparte with laughter, "Your Majesty, didn't you say that we are going to follow this ship to the Crimean Peninsula? It's a pity." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and said helplessly, "My negotiation with the captain failed, and he never agreed to my request to go to the Crimean Peninsula." Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's words, Richard Metternich couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. In Richard Metternich's heart, the authority of any monarch cannot be profaned, and the captain's actions towards Jerome Bonaparte are undoubtedly slapping the authority in the face. Richard Metternich thinks, "What are you going to do with that offending guy?" Richard Metternich asked Jerome Bonaparte curiously. "Deal with it?" Jerome Bonaparte's face showed a surprised expression. "Why should I deal with him? Richard Metternich said to Jerome Bonaparte after a moment of silence, "He offended you." "I don't think there's anything wrong with what he said." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged, then put his hand on Richard Metternich's shoulder and said earnestly, "Richard, this era is no longer the era of kingship. We can't decide a person's future just because of one or two offensive words. Since the new era, the power of the French monarch is no longer continuous, and each use of the power may consume a part of the authority. When the authority of the monarch is exhausted, it is time for him to fall. Of course, the same will be true in the future Austrian Empire." Richard Metternich pondered the words of Jerome Bonaparte, and he thought of the Great Revolution of 1848. At that time, the Austrian imperial government did lose its authority in internal frictions again and again. When the disaster came, the emperor's authority could no longer restrain the subjects in the empire. If it weren't for Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg, the entire Austrian empire would be. "Also, don't follow the will of the monarch too much," Jerome Bonaparte whispered to Richard Metternich. "Sometimes, the behavior of the monarch is not necessarily correct. He is very likely to bring a country to a dangerous situation." Richard Metternich immediately felt that there was something in Jerome Bonaparte's words. "Your Majesty, God taught us that courtiers cannot disobey the monarch, even if the monarch himself has done something wrong," Richard Metternich said with a pious attitude. "God, come on." Jerome Bonaparte showed a disdainful expression on his face, as if to say, "You still believe in God?" "Yes." For Richard Metternich, God was nothing more than his perfunctory words of Jerome Bonaparte. Under the influence of Prince Metternich's pragmatism, Richard Metternich also did not believe in God. After all, no matter how powerful God is, it is impossible to send angels to earth. Richard Metternich even thought maliciously that, if God really sent people to the earth one day, I'm afraid that the Holy See would become the first organization to oppose the descending of angels. An organization that has existed for thousands of years, and their sins are countless. If the trouble is not good, Pius IX will also claim that the angel came down with malice. Although Richard Metternich does not believe in God in his heart, he still uses God as a shield. "Your Majesty, the right of monarch comes from God's will. As the Lamb of God, I have to obey God's will." Richard Metternich responded in a straightforward manner. "Why was your tithe abolished?" Jerome Bonaparte showed a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. "That's also God's will," Richard Metternich replied bravely. "It turns out that God guided the revolution. It seems that the Austrian Empire is the target of God's crusade." Jerome kinda quickly caught the loophole in Richard Metternich's language. No. Richard Metternich also realized the problem. The abolition of the tithe in the Austrian Empire was the same as the emancipation of the serfs in 1848. If the tithing is abolished on behalf of God's will, then their Austrian Empire has become a big villain. Okay, don't talk about God's problems. Jerome Bonaparte, who saw the topic getting more and more crooked, decisively brought the topic back to the right track. I mean, if your monarch thinks that the French and Austrian empires are inevitable, if you are facing war, what are you going to do? Accept what he does, or stop him? His Majesty Franz will not declare war on you. Richard Metternich replied. What if? What if? Jerome Bonaparte emphatically emphasized, if you really had to face that kind of choice, what would you do? I will do my best to stop His Majesty Franz. Richard Metternich responded in a sonorous tone. Look, your answer just now didn't care about the feelings of the monarch. Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and said to Richard Metternich, Richard Metternich was silent for a while. Richard, sometimes you have to be tough. Jerome Bonaparte said in a persuasive manner, just think about your Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg, every decision he made. Franz agrees. Look at now, your Foreign Minister Boer. Although I don't want to over-evaluate the Austrian Empire, your Foreign Minister is just like Franz's answer. There is no point at all the ability to think for yourself. Richard Metternich understood that Jerome Bonaparte was complaining about the foreign policy before the Austrian Empire point. Although the general direction of the policy is beyond the control of Boer, Boer also bears greater responsibility. Richard, my friend, you must be stunned. Jerome Bonaparte said to Richard Metternich with a serious look. Your Majesty, Richard Metternich opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but found that he didn't seem to know what to say. Actually, you are more suitable for leading the empire than Franz. You are more determined and more flexible than him. Jerome Bonaparte said meaningfully. After being silent for a moment, Richard Metternich denied it with not too harsh words. Not bad. At least not immediately deny it. Seeing Richard Metternich in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte's mood instantly brightened, and now he feels like a hard-working gardener, constantly pouring words into a garden, named the seeds of ambition. Your Majesty, Constantinople has arrived. https://genius. Remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 612, Greendale and Gallo. God is on. What is that? As a heavily armed steel behemoth slowly sailed into the military port of Constantinople, the Ottoman residents who observed the situation in the distant military port through the windows exclaimed that this ship was something they had never seen before. The new warship, the steel hull exudes a metallic luster in the sunlight. From a distance it looks like a very aggressive tiger, and the wooden battleship moored in the naval port is like a docile sheep, and it may be slaughtered by tigers at any time. Of course, it was not only the residents near the military port who were surprised. Sultan Abdullah stood near the port pier, along with Admiral Mahmoud, Prime Minister Mustafa Reshid, and a group of people who came to the military port to welcome the French Emperor. Bonaparte's high-ranking officials and soldiers of the Ottoman Empire also showed expressions of surprise and even fear. Marshal Mahmud, what exactly is this monster? Abdul Sultan asked the Grand Marshal Mahmud beside him in a trembling tone with a hint of excitement. As the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, he fallen in love with the ironclad at first sight. Steel and guns are things that all military enthusiasts crossed out, like point when the two are combined. The resulting chemical reaction is not 1 + 1 greater than 2 point. Especially now that the Ottoman Empire happens to be in a state where no ships are available. Your Majesty, I don't know. Marshal Mahmud also looked at the ironclad ship in doubt. He didn't understand why this lump of iron could float on the sea. Could it be because of the steam engine point at the moment? Marshal Mahmud could not answer, and Abdul had to turn his attention to Ambassador Walewski and others on the other side. Abdul, disregarding other people's strange eyes, came to Walewski and asked Walewski with a serious expression, Ambassador Walewski, what kind of ship is this ship? Walewski was stunned for a few seconds, and then replied to Sultan Abdul, Your Majesty, this is a ship made of iron, and its defense capability is hundreds of times stronger than a wooden ship. A ship made of iron? Abdul Sultan asked excitedly. I don't know if the French Empire is willing to sell it. Walewski shook his head and responded to Sultan Abdul, it's a pity. Your Majesty, this ship is a latest ship, so it can't be sold in a short time. Can I book in advance? Abdul Sultan couldn't restrain his inner love. This? Walewski hesitated for a moment. He understood that the order in front of him was simply given to him for nothing. In order not to lose the order, he decided to agree to Abdul first. This question, I need to report back. Admiralty. If they agree, can't your emperor decide this? Abdul Sultan asked suspiciously. Of course. Walewski replied decisively. His Majesty Emperor Jerome is the supreme being in the entire French Empire. No one dares to disobey him. Then if I ask him, it should be fine. Abdul Sultan responded to Walewski. If your Majesty promises you, then it will be successful. Walewski replied to Sultan Abdul. Abdul nodded, then returned to his original position. Under the watchful eyes of Abdul Sultan and others, the ironclad slowly docked and stopped. After the ironclad was completely docked at the Constantinople naval port, a wooden ladder was slowly lowered from the ironclad. Under the salty sea breeze, the figures of Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich appeared. Raise the flag. Play music. The attendant next to the statue of Abdul Sultan gave the order. The squire trot came to the court band and shouted like the court band in Greek, play music. After receiving the order, the court orchestra immediately began to play the Marseillaise, which Jerome Bonaparte liked. At the same time, a red, white, and blue eagle flag symbolizing the French Empire and a crescent flag symbolizing the Ottoman Empire were raised high by the flag bearers at this moment. Jerome Bonaparte, who was now on the wooden stairs, stared at the crescent flag and the eagle flag raised high in the distance, and listened to the Marseillaise in the distance. He couldn't help shaking his head. To Richard Metternich next to him, I guess it must be Walewski who told them the news of my arrival in Constantinople. It's good now, tomorrow. No, it should be said that the whole of Europe will know that I'm in Constantinople. This is the responsibility of Mr. Walewski. Richard Metternich replied to Jerome Bonaparte. That's true. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then slowly walked down the stairs. Richard Metternich also walked down with Jerome Bonaparte, and behind Richard Metternich also a group of sailors with rifles followed him. When Jerome Bonaparte reached the last step, the magnificent Marseillaise ended. Instead, it is the national anthem Abdul Majid March established by the Ottoman Empire in 1844. The tune of the whole song is closer to the classical tune of the East, long and soft. My friend, welcome to Constantinople. Abdul Majid approached Jerome Bonaparte and shook hands warmly with Jerome Bonaparte. I'm honored to be here to visit Constantinople. Jerome Bonaparte replied with a smile to Abdul Majid, who was feeling the feeling of the Xinjiang kebab uncle in front of him. I hope my sudden visit will not make you and your subjects feel difficult. How is that possible, my friend? Abdul Majid responded to Jerome Bonaparte in a Parisian accent that was even more standard than Jerome Bonaparte. You are the first European monarchs visiting us. We warmly welcome every European monarch to visit us. They just don't want you to visit us like this. Abdul Majid, who has been ostracized by mainstream European countries for a long time, excited responded to Jerome Bonaparte. In his eyes, Jerome Bonaparte was the representative of his visit to the Ottoman Empire. As the mainstream European society is gradually accepting the symbol of the Ottoman Empire, it's their misstep that they don't want to visit. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Abdul Majid. I can clearly feel the breath of Rome still exists here. Jero is furious. You have the wisdom of Eastern civilization, referring to the phantom gods of civil war, and you are also about to learn the skills of our Western civilization, referring to buying is worse than making. I believe that sooner or later, you and your empire will be able to stand up again. Jerome Bonaparte's praise made Abdul Majid elated, and his own goodwill towards Jerome Bonaparte also rose with Jerome Bonaparte's praise. My friend, you are the first monarch to praise us, Abdul Majid said excitedly to Jerome Bonaparte. A long time before you, we suffered too many misunderstandings. Many people think we are savage, but we are not savage. We are human, just like you. We also want to improve. Abdul Majid became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he wanted to tear the whole world apart. My friend, you don't need to do this. Jerome Bonaparte reassured immediately. When I first became emperor of the French Empire, the slander I received was not much different from that of you and your empire. They call me the same tyrant, think that my empire exists to destroy Europe. But in fact, my empire and I are fighting with you to defend peace and order in Europe. Without us and the Kingdom of Great Britain, the whole of Europe would be in a state of collapse. Dark Ages surrounded by Slavs. At that time, everything will become no longer free. Yeah. We are defending the whole of Europe. Abdülmecid also turned himself into a part of Europe. Although the territory of the Ottoman Empire in Asia and the Middle East is much larger than his territory in Europe, this does not prevent him from thinking that the Ottoman Empire is a pure European country. They are much stronger than Egypt, Tunisia and the like. It is also normal for the Ottoman Empire to be misunderstood. After all, many people did not come to this country at all, and they could only rely on books to obtain information about the Ottoman Empire, and many authors of those so-called books did not live here at all. Readers believe it, they disliked the Ottoman Empire because of their indiscreet words. Jerome Bonaparte put on a posture of no one knows Europe better than me. I'm a practicalist myself, and I do not believe in those so-called the words of the funny scholars of the past, so I would like to know the Ottoman Empire first and, my friend, I'm really touched that you can come to the Ottoman Empire. Riyadh1.com. Abdülmecid said to Jerome Bonaparte confidently, please believe, the enthusiasm of the subjects of the Ottoman Empire will not be lost to the French Empire. Afterwards, Abdülmecid introduced Marshal Mahmoud and Prime Minister Ed to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte asked Rafat Pasha where he is now, and why didn't see him here. Prime Minister Ed responded embarrassingly to Jerome Bonaparte that Rafat Pasha was now idle at home and did not come to attend the welcome ceremony. That's such a pity. Jerome Bonaparte pretended to sigh and said with emotion, Rafat is really a rare talent. Yes. Prime Minister Ed nodded and replied https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website. Chapter 613, Abdul's Ambition. I'm honored to visit this ancient and great country on behalf of the French Empire, and when I first stepped into this country, I immediately felt a very different feeling from the French Empire. Wisdom from the East and ideas from the West meet here, resulting in the birth of a great city, Constantinople. In this diverse city, I have seen Arabs and Greeks supporting each other. I have seen communists, Eastern Orthodox, and Catholics coexisting peacefully here. This harmonious scene is something I can never see in Europe, because there are still many countries in Europe that persecute and fight each other because of religious issues. Although we have the thinking from Socrates, Rousseau and others, we lack the wisdom from the Eastern countries. Jerome Bonaparte, standing at the harbor, speaks Greek. Jerome Bonaparte does not speak Turkish, but he speaks Greek. Greek is the second most popular language in Constantinople. In Turkish, so many of the inhabitants of Constantinople can understand a word or two of Greek, gushing as if no one knows the Ottoman Empire better than I do. In today's there is such a saying in my hometown. People want to be closely connected, nothing more than going to the window together, going to prostitutes together. Some Wahhabi imams in the crowd frowned slightly, together divided, carried guns together. Now our army and your army are in Crimea, fighting for Turkey and Europe. The relationship between our two countries is to squat together in the same trench as comrades in arms. The comrades in arms should support and help each other so as to achieve the goal of common progress. Therefore, I believe that the relationship between the French Empire and the Ottoman Empire will be able to move to a whole new level in the future. The future of the Ottoman Empire will also get better and better, just like the French Empire. Even though our two countries will face ups and downs in the future, I believe that we will be able to get out of the predicament and achieve success. Thanks. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte finished speaking, Abdülmecid immediately took the lead in applauding. The surrounding officials, soldiers, and even the people also spontaneously applauded Jerome Bonaparte's speech. The applause continued one after another, and the residents standing by the piers and windows of the port never imagined that there would actually be foreign monarchs to praise them. The Ottoman Empire, which has been oppressed by the Russian Empire for a long time, has long been accustomed to all kinds of insults. If Jerome Bonaparte did not insult them directly, they were already happy, let alone praise. No matter how imaginative the imams were, they didn't dare to think that someone would praise them. Jerome Bonaparte's words were like a sapling that was about to die, suddenly encountered a continuous spring rain. That feeling was even more refreshing than eating afro. So when the translator repeated Jerome Bonaparte's words in Turkic language, no matter how disgusted the imams of foreign monarchs were, they were very fond of Jerome Bonaparte. Bonaparte couldn't be disgusted, and there was even a vague idea in their hearts that someone finally understood them. So Jerome Bonaparte's first impression of Constantinople was a completely positive one. After a while, the applause gradually ceased, and Abdul-Megid also said, "I'm very grateful to my friend Emperor Jerome Bonaparte for being here. Facts have proved that the relationship between France and Horsemen will not be lost over time, but will become more stable as time goes by. I hope my friends have a pleasant trip in Constantinople." After Abdul-Megid finished speaking, Jerome Bonaparte also took the lead in applauding. The new army responsible for blocking the port also shouted, "Long live the French-Turkish friendship," 3 times in French and Turkic. Afterwards, Abdul-Megid retook Jerome Bonaparte's sore hand, and he got into a gilded carriage that symbolized the rights of the Ottoman sultans. Abdul-Megid, who entered the carriage, slowly lowered the curtain. If he looked in from the outside, he could only see a vague outline. Mahmoud, Rhett, and members of the French embassy delegation also entered the carriage, which carried them to Topkapi Palace. "Your Majesty's speech is getting more and more proficient." Volosky, who leaned his body on the carriage, couldn't help but sigh, and then looked at Clean, who was contemplating. "Clean, what's wrong with you?" Clean, who heard Ambassador Walewski's shout, immediately reacted. He shook his head and asked Ambassador Walewski, "No, nothing, nothing. How could your absent-minded look just now be nothing?" Walewski responded to Clean. "Lord Volosky, Clean wanted to say something, but he stopped. "What are you?" Walewski looked at Clean curiously, and then encouraged Clean to tell himself the doubts in his heart. "Your Majesty Walewski, why did His Majesty come to Constantinople?" Clean: "Walewski, there is no need for him to come in person. You don't understand this. His Majesty's character has always been a couple lobster who can do it himself, and he will never leave it to others to do it." Walewski said to Clean, "I guess the reason why His Majesty will personally come here, perhaps because he himself wants to come out for a spin." Clean looked at Walewski in surprise, judging from his expression. He seemed a little distrustful of Walewski's guess. "What's there to shout about?" Walewski shrugged and said to Clean, "Your Majesty is also a human. He can't just stay in the Tuileries Palace, so he took this opportunity to come here. Also a very reasonable thing. And Clean, you have to be prepared." Looking at Walewski's serious face, Clean's heart also became inexplicably nervous. "Your Excellency Ambassador, what am I going to prepare?" "An answer when preparing to meet with His Majesty the Emperor." Walewski shrugged his shoulders and lowered his voice to Clean. "His Majesty the Emperor will probably ask you some questions about the Holy Land and the province of Syria, and you can answer truthfully at that time. Now, if you're lucky, you might become the consul of the Holy Land." The Holy Land consul?" Clean swallowed subconsciously. Now he is just the secretary of Ambassador Walewski. The position of consul is too far away from him, but you can only be a French citizen, and you may not be old enough. At that time, I'm afraid that there will be an ambassador from Paris who will serve as the consul of the Holy Land. This consul is just a vain position to act as a face, and you will become the true uncrowned king of the Holy Land." Walewski paused and then asked Clean, "By the way, are you willing to become French nationality?" "Of course I do," Clean responded decisively. "You only need to change one nationality to get the consular position. This transaction is really worth it. As long as you are willing to become French nationals, then everything will be settled." Jerome Bonaparte sighed and said with emotion, "At that time, I can return to Paris in peace." "Drink the ambassador, you want to go back to Paris?" Clean felt a little flustered by Walewski's answer, and he hurriedly asked Walewski. "Yes." Walewski nodded and responded, "I've been in this position for almost a year, and it's only natural to go back, and this time I'm likely to replace De Louis' foreign secretary's post." Clean, who heard that his boss was serving as foreign minister, was relieved, and he was not worried that he would be helpless in court. After all, he is just an ordinary, slightly gifted Greek, and everything he does comes from Walewski, so the relationship between him and Walewski is both pros and cons. No one wanted Ambassador Walewski to a good position more than he did. "Clean, you need to be fully prepared." Ambassador Walewski said to Clean with a serious expression, "Your answers determines your future. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You must do your best to catch him." "Yes." Clean also responded in a sonorous tone. After a while, the carriage slowly stopped. Topkapi Palace is in sight. Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul Megid entered the Topkapi Palace, followed by Marshal Mahmud and Prime Minister Rashid. A group of people entered the palace in a mighty manner, and a grand banquet will also be held in Topkapi Palace. Before the banquet began, Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul Megid needed to receive greetings from the dignitaries of Constantinople. During this period, Abdul Megid and Jerome Bonaparte also talked a lot, including the issue of ironclads. Jerome, the new warships of your French Empire are really beautiful. Abdul Megid whispered to Jerome Bonaparte, thank you for the compliment. Jerome Bonaparte responded in a flat tone. You reading www.urkanshu.com. I don't know if this new warship can be sold to us. Abdul Megid asked Jerome Bonaparte, and then added, if it is not possible in a short time, can we? The French Empire is making reservations. Hearing Abdul Megid's answer, Jerome Bonaparte subconsciously wanted to refuse, because the ironclad technology France was still in a short-term advantage. Once the order of the Ottoman Empire is accepted, the British Kingdom will inevitably copy it. By that time, their advantage will no longer exist. However, he thought about it again. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614, Ironclads and the Greek Problem. However, Jerome Bonaparte thought again. The achievements of the French Empire in ironclads also do not seem to allow France to maintain its advantage for long. Ironclads are also not like nuclear bombs. You build them a year faster than the other party, and you can maintain a 1-year offensive. Jerome Bonaparte had reason to believe that the Kingdom of Britain could produce ironclad ships with better performance than French ship in 1 to 2 years. After all, the British Kingdom's shipbuilding industry has a large part of France's matter, and all the navies, including Minister Decaux, have thrown to admit the British Kingdom's achievements. In the Navy, instead of maintaining the advantage for a year or two, it is better to work with the Kingdom of Britain to develop ironclad ships and absorb the technology of the British shipbuilding industry. By the way, France provided the advanced technology of ironclads, and Britain had to provide some equivalent technology. Furthermore, France is the center of gravity of continental countries and has always been in the European continent. And the Navy does not need or have the ability to challenge the Kingdom of Great Britain in a short period of time. At this time, Abdul Megid didn't know yet that Jerome Bonaparte had thought so much in this short period of time. Now he is still waiting hopefully for Jerome Bonaparte's reply. Do you also want ironclads? Jerome Bonaparte, who had recovered his senses, still asked Abdul Megid with a smile on his face. Yes. Abdul Megid nodded. The Ottoman Empire lost too many ships in the last naval battle, so we must replenish new ships. Only in this way can the Ottoman Empire be able to fight in the Black Sea, balance power with the Russian Empire. Then, we don't need ironclads either. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and said, the Russian Imperial fleet today is about to be wiped out by us. The Russian Empire will continue to build. Abdul Megid hurriedly said, don't worry, after this war, I guarantee that all the shipyards of the Russian Empire in the Black Sea region will be dismantled. Jerome Bonaparte assured Abdul Megid. Now Abdul Megid seems to have no reason to buy ironclad ships from France. However, if you really want it, that's fine. Jerome Bonaparte said to Abdul Megid, but you need to prepare something. What? Abdul Megid hurriedly asked Jerome Bonaparte as his eyes lit up. Ironclad ships are different from the previous wooden warships. Their internal structures are more complicated. You should know about ships. The more complex you are, the harder it is to maintain. You can always pull the ship down to France for repairs. Jerome Bonaparte seems to be thinking of Abdul Megid subconsciously. So, my suggestion is that you build a repair shop first, and then think about the ironclad. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Abdul Megid. How should I build it? Abdul Megid asked Jerome Bonaparte. I'll go back and ask the Admiralty to give you a list. You can just buy according to the list. Jerome Bonaparte said to Abdul-Mejid I. That ship. Abdul-Mejid I asked, how many are you going to ask for? Jerome Bonaparte asked Abdul-Mejid I. 3. Oh no. It's better to have 5 ships. Abdul-Mejid I responded with 5 fingers to Jerome Bonaparte. 5 ships? This is a big project. Let me do the math for you. Now our shipyard can only build 1 ship a year at full capacity, actually 2 ships a year, and you ask for 5 ships all at once, which is equivalent to the shipyard needing to build your ship for 5 years. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte was like a calculating businessman, and he broke up with Abdul-Mejid one by one, and the cost of an ironclad ship is about more than £2 million. Left and right, I worry that your finances may not be able to bear. When Abdul-Mejid heard the numbers reported by Jerome Bonaparte, he couldn't help gasping for air. He never imagined that the cost of an ironclad ship would be so expensive. So I still recommend that you buy an ironclad ship and then match it with several newly developed wooden battleships. Jerome Bonaparte said to Abdul-Mejid I. With these, you can no longer be afraid of Russia. When the time comes, you can also send the navy to bombard Odessa. Abdul-Mejid I nodded subconsciously, but he didn't know that he had fallen into the trap of Jerome Bonaparte. Although the era of ironclad ships has not yet come to an end, Jerome Bonaparte has to hurry up and phase out all the wooden battleships in hand, considering that most countries, except Britain and France, are poor, so it is very hot. Roma Bonaparte defaults to installment. Sold. Once the age of ironclads came to an end, the battleships in the hands of the French Empire would become ornamental toys. The Ottoman Empire is naturally the best-selling object. Not only that, but Jerome Bonaparte also considered asking Alexander II whether he needed ships to maintain the security of the Baltic Sea after the war. Russia would also be a good partner if needed. In the end, Abdul-Mejid I agreed with Jerome Bonaparte. The Ottoman Empire would order 5 battleships from the French Empire, 4 of which were sailing battleships and 1 was an ironclad. Considering that the Ottoman Empire itself was not financially strong, Jerome Bonaparte lent Abdul-Mejid I a loan with an annual interest rate of 5.2%. As for why 5.2%, this is of course Jerome Bonaparte's bad taste. This rate was a conscientious price compared to the loans that Britain lent to the Ottoman Empire. Of course, no matter how conscious is, it is a loan that needs to be repaid. It was the citizens of the entire Ottoman Empire who paid for Abdul-Mejid I's fleet ambitions. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul-Mejid I began to discuss the Balkans again. Abdul-Mejid I implicitly expressed his dissatisfaction with the Kingdom of Greece to Jerome Bonaparte. He told Jerome Bonaparte that the Principality of Montenegro and Serbia were still in a deadlock. At this stage, it seems that these stragglers are supported by the state behind them, and they found that among the captured soldiers, many of them were of Greek ethnicity. You mean the Kingdom of Greece is supporting them behind their backs? Jerome Bonaparte said to Abdul-Mejid I in a casual tone, while rubbing his sleeves gently. Probably. Abdul-Mejid I didn't dare to say too deadly. Now that the Greek kingdom is on the thigh of the French Empire, Abdul-Mejid I was not sure whether France would favor the Greek kingdom. If the Kingdom of Greece was not behind France, Abdul-Mejid I would have ordered his army to crush the volunteers of the Kingdom of Greece, and then sent people to raise their troops to inquire this question. I will send someone to ask the Kingdom of Greece. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Abdul-Mejid I, after thinking for a while. If he remembers correctly, the current king of the Kingdom of Greece is Otto I of the Wittelsbach dynasty. This person is also a man of great ambition and talent. As a king, he does not want to unite his subjects, but opposes his subjects everywhere. In the face of the Orthodox Church, which occupies the vast majority of Greece, Otto is not even willing to pretend to convert. Just such a man, the subjects of Greece were able to let him continue the notice until 1862. If it is France, Otto's operation can directly mention the treatment of escaping the next year in the whole of Europe. There is no nation more difficult to manage than the Parisians. Jerome Bonaparte admired their spirit of resistance, but also made him grit his teeth. Facing this group of guys who live out the value of the United Front, all Jerome Bonaparte can do is to carry out reform and redistribution when the whole society is about to arouse dissatisfaction. Even if this road is 100 times more difficult than simply being an emperor, he will stick to it with gritted teeth. who let him spread to the people of Paris. Then again, Jerome Bonaparte is also impossible to block the Greek kingdom directly. That will only make them fall to the British kingdom. And Jerome Bonaparte himself needs to court the Wittelsbach family. The kingdom of Prussia is France's confidant, and Bavaria is France's most suitable shitposting Germany. For a long time, the kingdom of Bavaria has been playing the role of a qualified German shit. Only when the water in Germany is completely turbid can Jerome Bonaparte be able to catch fish in the turbid river water. Of course, these are all things in the future. Jerome Bonaparte plans to send someone with a serious warning. First point, if the Greek kingdom is really obsessed. www.riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte tacitly assumes that those Greeks who appear in the Balkans are the ones who need to be hanged. Then let the British kingdom act as the villain and completely block the coastline of the Greek kingdom, making them have to submit. For Jerome Bonaparte, Otto's desire to expand at this time is somewhat out of his mind. He really thinks that everyone is the Austrian Empire. P.S. In fact, Otto I saw that the Austrian Empire occupied the Danube Principality with the endorsement of France, and he had a crooked mind. They also wanted to get on the bus first and then make up the ticket. After Jerome Bonaparte's conversation with Abdul-Megid ended, the banquet began as night fell. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website, chapter 615, Divide the Arab World. Outside Topkapi Palace. I don't know when the salute will appear in the open space outside Topkapi Palace, lined up in a line waiting to be fired at any time. The officer in charge of the salute first glanced at the salute and then looked at the gate of Topkapi Palace behind him. After a while, a general in the same uniform came out of Topkapi Palace, and he came to the commander of the salute with a serious face and said to him, "I'm here by order of the great Sultan. You convey the order of His Majesty the Sultan. Please fire the salute immediately." "Yes." The officer nodded and replied, then strode to the salute and gave an order. "Everyone is ready. Get ready." The artilleryman who heard the officer's order quickly stuffed the specially made shells into the barrel. After all the shells were loaded, the officer gave the order again, "Release." The artilleryman ignited the leads, the roar of the salute sounded, and the salute shells that flew out of the cannons exploded in mid-air, forming one short but gorgeous picture after another. The residents of Constantinople standing by the window looked up at the fireworks blooming in the sky, and their faces also showed a happy mood. There have been no fireworks in the Ottoman Empire for a long time. The last time was a few years ago. After receiving thanks from the Irish, then Abdul-Mejid ordered his soldiers to set off fireworks to celebrate. Of course, some people rejoice at the appearance of fireworks, and naturally there are also people who are indignant at the appearance of fireworks, and these indignant people are the extremist imams of the Ottoman Empire. Combining nationalism with classics, they understood this move of Abdul-Mejid as Abdul-Mejid who wanted to please Jerome Bonaparte by setting off fireworks. They shouted that God would punish Abdul-Mejid, the traitor. However, Abdul-Mejid I, dubbed a traitor by the extremist imam, is now having dinner with Jerome Bonaparte. The two monarchs sat side by side, and around them were either high-ranking Ottoman ministers or members of the French embassy. Since Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul-Mejid I had spoken to each other before the dinner started, the two of them never spoke again during the whole banquet except for the opening remarks of the banquet, other redundant words. When neither of the two monarchs spoke, naturally no one spoke in the whole banquet, and everyone in the banquet quietly wiped out the food in front of them. After the dinner, Jerome Bonaparte declined Abdul-Mejid I's reservation and left Topkapi Palace in a carriage with Walewski, Klein and others. Richard Metternich, who was traveling with him before, took a carriage to the Austrian Imperial Embassy alone. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the car, looked at the dark environment outside the car window, then turned to look at Klein. Constantine Klein, who was stared by Jerome Bonaparte, curled his neck slightly back, his eyes involuntarily avoiding Jerome Bonaparte's sight. "Your name is Constantine Klein, isn't it?" Jerome Bonaparte's voice reached Klein's ear. "Yes, Your Majesty." Klein replied to Jerome Bonaparte in French. "I heard from Walewski that you are a rare talent. I'm a little curious, what abilities do you have?" Jerome Bonaparte asked indifferently. Adhering to the humble wisdom of the East, Clean immediately shook his head and complimented Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, in fact, I don't have much wisdom. Everything I have comes from you and Ambassador Walewski. If it weren't for your help, I'd be nothing more than a gangster on the streets of Constantinople. Clean. Jerome Bonaparte smiled with interest, and he said slowly, excessive humility will be considered conceited, and it will cost you a chance. Let me ask you again, what exactly did you do under Walewski? Your Majesty, the jobs I hold are. Clean told Jerome Bonaparte that in addition to being the secretary of his own job, he was also responsible for liaising with the Syrian province, the current Ottoman Empire, under Walewski. The territory, Syria, Jordan, Palestine, Iraq, and Kuwait are all classified as part of the Ottoman Empire's Syria province. Careerists, to provide them with help within their ability. This help in addition to weapons and ammunition, as well as food. Walewski, is what he said true? Jerome Bonaparte turned to ask Walewski, Your Majesty, what Secretary Clean said is completely true. Walewski hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Clean. Jerome Bonaparte's expression was unusually serious. Clean knew that the real test had just begun. You are indeed a rare talent. I want to ask you some opinions on Syria province and the Holy Land. I wonder if you can answer it for me. Jerome Massage Bar asked Clean. This is my honor, Your Majesty. Clean nodded in response to Jerome Bonaparte. Do you think the empire can win the Syrian province in the near future? Jerome Bonaparte threw the first question to Clean. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this will be difficult. Clean responded carefully to Jerome Bonaparte. Syria province is different from Egypt and Tunisia, and the Ottoman Empire's control over them is second only to Constantinople. Although the interior of the Syrian province is still divided into tribes, the vast majority of them remain loyal to the Sudan. And our army is limited to the vicinity of the Holy Land, and there is only one regiment. Do you mean that the empire must station a large number of troops in the Holy Land to be able to separate Syria from the Ottoman Empire? Jerome Bonaparte continued to track point. Clean continued to shake his head and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, it is not something that can be accomplished overnight. The careerists in the Syrian province cannot be like Muhammad, like Ali, completely remove the power of the Ottoman Empire. Clean told Jerome Bonaparte that the best thing the French Empire should do now is to infiltrate steadily and provoke conflicts between tribes, especially between two large tribes, so that the reluctance to unite can be achieved. The tribe has completely turned into an enemy of life and death. As long as the Pasha in charge of the Syrian province is a mediocre person, the conflicts between the various tribes in the Syrian province will inevitably deepen. Until carnage broke out between the two tribes at that time, the Ottoman Empire will inevitably intervene. If the Ottoman Empire itself is an efficient government, then the vendetta between tribes and tribes can be easily resolved. However, the Ottoman Empire is an inefficient and corrupt government. More importantly, they cannot focus all their attention on the Syrian province. The Balkans are also the focus of attention. An empire that is inefficient attention and unable to focus its efforts on one place must use the same means of mediation. At that time, the tribes will focus their resentment on the Ottoman Empire, and they will to be independent will be even stronger. What if the Ottoman Empire is unwilling to intervene? Jerome Bonaparte asked rhetorically. If the Ottoman Empire is unwilling to intervene, we can spread rumors everywhere, and at the same time, send some loyalists to attack the two tribes. Clean responded to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Evil Majesty, the entire province of Syria is a large powder keg artificially pinched together by the Ottoman Empire, and it only takes a little spark to set the entire powder keg on fire. Not bad. Jerome Bonaparte was very satisfied with Clean's answer, and then said to Clean, but don't forget, the purpose of the empire is not to destroy for the sake of destruction. It is very easy to destroy something, but it's hard to rebuild. I understand, Your Majesty. Clean seemed to understand Jerome Bonaparte as he nodded. Jerome Bonaparte saw that Clean didn't know enough about this issue, and he decided to find a mentor for Clean. Jerome Bonaparte, who had this goal in mind, immediately asked Walewski what his different views were. Your Majesty, as you just said, it is harder to build than to destroy. Clean's strategy does have the potential to make Syria province independent from the soil of the Ottoman Empire, but this may lead to the destruction of our interests in Syria province. So I think that the matter of provoking contradiction should be controlled in moderation. Don't let this fire burn on us. Walewski replied to Jerome Bonaparte with a neutral attitude. I didn't think enough about it. Clean suddenly realized. He quickly apologized to Jerome Bonaparte. This is normal. I was not as good as you when you were so old, worry at one point. Jerome Bonaparte responded with a smile and then continued to ask, you just said something. I agree. The current Syrian province is the product of the Ottomans forcibly kneading into one. If one day we take over, then we will continue to divide them completely, strive for each ethnic group to be divided into a territory, and help them build a country. Benefiting from the experience of former colonies, Jerome Bonaparte understood the hidden dangers brought about by merging colonies. If the British Empire did not completely merge the entire British India into a whole, but like India and Pakistan split, then it is very likely that British India will not break away from British control. Of course, the reason why Britain merged with British India was also to make its own rule more convenient. However, they never imagined that one day in the future, the colonies would become independent one by one and be attacked. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 616, Dying Saint Arnault. The poor Arabs still don't know that their future destiny has been completely fixed by a foreign monarch named Jerome Bonaparte. The future Middle East will only be more fragmented than in history, with tribes and tribes. Contradiction will also become more serious in history. I hope that after you serve as the Vice Consul of France in the Holy Land, you can strengthen the ties with the ethnic minorities living in the Syrian province, and when necessary, you can give them mutual support and fight against tyranny together. Jerome Bonaparte he hinted at clean without expression point. The so-called ethnic minorities in Jerome Bonaparte's mouth are nothing but the Jews, or Semites, living in the Holy Land and the Kurds living in the future Syria and Iraq point, because these two ethnic groups are the most noisy in the Arab world, from the 19th century to the 21st century. The entire Middle East world has never been short of their presence point. The most important thing is that in the end, both of these two ethnic groups tore off a piece of meat with their tenacious fighting spirit in the oasis of the Middle East point. The better Jews established Israel, and the lesser Kurds established autonomous regions in Iraq and Syria point. Of course, the hapless Kurds have never been able to escape the Turks. Just over half a year before Jerome Bonaparte came to this world, Turkish President Sultan was still ordering the Turkish army to bomb Kurdish areas in Syria. It can be said that the hatred between the Kurds, the Turks and the Arabs are inexhaustible point, and at this point in 1847, the last Kurdish principality was completely wiped out by the Ottoman Empire, and the Kurds have embarked on a path of resistance since then. Yes, Your Majesty. Clean responded excitedly to Jerome Bonaparte. He knew that it was a certainty that he would go to the Holy Land to serve as a consul. Walewski. Jerome Bonaparte turned his gaze to Walewski, and he called to Walewski softly, Your Majesty. Walewski responded respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte. During my stay in the embassy, you have to solve all the remaining problems. Don't leave the job to the next one, and then patch your asterisk and leave. Jerome Bonaparte told Walewski gave the order, and then asked with a serious face, did you hear it clearly, Your Majesty? I will definitely finish it as soon as possible. Walewski solemnly promised. That's good. I'll see your performance. Jerome Bonaparte nodded to Walewski. The carriage stopped at the gate of the French embassy, and Jerome Bonaparte, Walewski, and Clean got off the carriage in turn. Standing at the gate of the embassy, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have met Marshal Saint Arnault yet. How is the situation of Marshal Saint Arnault? Jerome Bonaparte stopped and turned to ask Walewski. Jerome Bonaparte's sudden remark made Walewski stand in a daze for a few seconds, and then reacted and replied, Marshal Saint Arnault's condition is still not getting better. I didn't tell you. If Saint Arnault's health deteriorates, he must be sent to Paris. Although Jerome Bonaparte understood that Marshal Saint Arnault's illness was no longer enough to live in solve the problem, but he was still a little dissatisfied with Walewski. Your Majesty. Walewski bowed to Jerome Bonaparte, then replied with a wry smile, we also persuaded His Excellency the Marshal, but the Marshal didn't listen to us at all. He insisted on being here. until the victory of the French Empire. He also said that, if his body cannot support France to win the final victory, at that time, his body will be returned. When Jerome Bonaparte listened to Walewski's words, the words shroud in the horse leather immediately echoed in his mind. For an adventurous soldier like Saint Arnault, the horse leather shroud may be the most romantic thing. Jerome Bonaparte somewhat understands Saint Arnault's current thoughts and feelings. As a general who leads a war, to die on the battlefield is not a humiliating thing, but a supremely honorable thing. It was a humiliation to die in a hospital bed, not to mention the humiliation of returning to Paris in a hurry before dying. However, if I understand it, Jerome Bonaparte still reprimanded with a stern face. What a nonsense. Marshal Saint Arnault is fooling around, and you are fooling around with him? Aren't you going to tie him up and put it on? Who dares to do it except you? Walewski thought. Afterwards, Walewski put on a bitter face and said to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, Your Excellency, the Marshal is the Chief of Staff of the entire France, and I'm just an ambassador of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is a Ministry of Foreign Affairs and a General Staff Department. When the two powers do not have a subordinate relationship with each other, Walewski naturally has no way to order the General Staff Department. Not to mention, the rank of Marshal Saint Arnault was the same as that of de Luyency, and Walewski had no reason to order Marshal Saint Arnault. Forget it. Jerome Bonaparte sighed, then resumed his forward pace. However, this time, Jerome Bonaparte was heading in the direction of the embassy. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte. What? To do? To visit Marshal Saint Arnault, can't you? Jerome Bonaparte replied to Walewski, then stopped and asked with an embarrassed expression, You built a hospital in where? Your Majesty, please come with me. Walewski responded to Jerome Bonaparte again. This time Clean was left at the embassy, and Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski rode in a carriage, heading towards the French hospital in Constantinople. Just when Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski took the carriage to the military hospital, in a luxury VIP room of the French military hospital, the sweaty French expedition commander Saint Marshal Arnault opened his eyes with a painful expression. After a while, Saint Arnault said that he gradually recovered. He reached out and wiped the sweat on his forehead lightly, then leaned his body against the head of the bed and stretched out his hand to hold the crutches near the head of the bed with difficulty. Put his legs on the ground slowly, walked forward step by step with crutches as support, and came to the door when Marshal Saint Arnault's hand was about to approach the handle of the room. The door opened slowly. Vernier, dressed in a white nurse's uniform and holding a tray in his right hand, appeared at the door of the room, and Marshal Saint Arnault showed a smile on his slightly pale face. Miss Vernier. Marshal Saint Arnault said to Vernier in a slightly respectful tone, Your Excellency Marshal, didn't I tell you that it's best not to get out of bed? Why don't you listen? Vernier blamed Marshal Saint Arnault while placing the tray on the table near the door. Miss Vernier, I really feel a little uncomfortable in this place, and I want to go out to get some air. Marshal Saint Arnault responded to Vernier. Ventilation? Vernier pointed to the pitch black sky outside the window and said, Your Excellency Marshal, it's already so late. Are you still going out? Miss Vernier, it's not too late. Think back when I was in Algiers. Marshal Saint Arnault eloquently told Vernier what happened in Algiers. Your Excellency Marshal, this is not Algiers, and you are not who you were more than 10 years ago. Vernier responded to Marshal Saint Arnault, I must be responsible for your safety and life. Ms. Vernier. Marshal Saint Arnault pointed to himself and asked Vernier, how much time do I have now? Vernier looked at Saint Arnault's body. Marshal Saint Arnault a month ago was able to get up without the help of crutches, but it was only a few occasional pains. The current Marshal of Saint Arnault could not be found without the help of crutches, and the abdominal cramps would appear every once in a while. It was as if someone used a knife to repeatedly cut the abdomen of Marshal Saint Arnault, so that the dose of Avril was doubled and the pain could not be relieved. Vernier had to find the latest analgesic. The effect of this analgesic is much better than that of hibiscus, but the addiction is also several times higher than that of hibiscus. Your Excellency Marshal. Vernier replied to Saint Arnault with a very serious expression, as long as you are still receiving treatment here for one day, then you must listen to me. You are a person in the expeditionary force. In a hospital, doctors and nurses are the ones who control the hospital. Hearing Vernier's answer, Marshal St. Arnault showed a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth. Riyadh1.com. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let me help you back to bed. Vernier stretched out his hand to support Marshal St. Arnault's arm. Miss Vernier, can I sit there? Marshal St. Arnault pointed to the position of the window and said to Vernier, point. After thinking for a moment, Vernier nodded in agreement with Marshal St. Arnault's request. Marshal St. Arnault was able to sit in a chair near the window and watch the dark sky in the distance. Vernier held the 3 sterilized glass syringes in the tray in his hand. The average liquid volume in each glass syringe was about 2 to 3 milliliters, and the glass syringes contained colorless and transparent liquid. https://Genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 617. Soldiers have to have backbone. Your Excellency Marshal, are you going to do the hypodermic injection now, or do you want to wait a while before continuing? Vernier, who put the 3 glass syringes back on the tray, raised his head. Marshal St. Arnault, inject it now. Marshal St. Arnault extended his hand and responded to Marshal St. Arnault. Vernier picked up the tray and placed it by the window, then opened the alcohol bottle and took out a small amount of cotton from the alcohol bottle with tweezers that had been sterilized in advance. The alcohol-soaked cotton gave off a pungent odor and weighed a few grams more than regular cotton. Then Vernier gently squeezed the alcohol cotton with one hand and grabbed the wrist of Marshal St. Arnault with the other hand and gently wiped the forearm with the alcohol cotton. The cool feeling brought by the alcohol poured into the Holy Spirit in the mind of Marshal Arnault. After briefly wiping, Vernier continued to hold Marshal St. Arnault's wrist with one hand. With the other hand, he put the tweezers and alcohol cotton in his hand back into the tray and then took out a glass piece from the tray syringe. Trouble. You. Marshal St. Arnault forced a smile on his pale face due to pain. Vernier looked seriously for the blood vessels on Marshal St. Arnault's arm and quickly found the location of the blood vessels. Next, Vernier performed a subcutaneous injection for Marshal St. Arnault. The colorless and transparent liquid was injected into the body of Marshal St. Arnault through a blood vessel, and it began to work on Marshal St. Arnault's body. In less than a minute, an intoxicated look appeared on St. Arnault's face. Now he felt that his soul was about to reach the place where God was, and every pore on his body seemed to be screaming. Although the pain from the abdomen has not been completely eliminated, it has improved significantly. Marshal, how do you feel? Vernier's voice reached Marshal St. Arnault's ear. Marshal St. Arnault slowly opened his eyes, nodded and responded to Vernier. Very good. Please continue. From the words of St. Arnault, Vernier, who did not hear the big problem, continued to inject the Marshal of St. Arnault. After the liquid in the 3 glass syringes was injected into the body of Marshal St. Arnault, Marshal St. Arnault's pain disappeared. He opened his eyes and thanked Vernier again. Miss Vernier, thank you for your hard work. It's gone. While sorting out the injection tools on the tray, Vernier complained to Marshal St. Arnault, Your Excellency Marshal, if you really understand us, then please stop thinking about leaving the hospital. Be honest. Staying in the hospital is your job now. Miss Vernier, which wolf have you seen sitting quietly in a cage? The best destination for every wolf is to die in battle when he is about to grow old. Marshal St. Arnault asked back. Vernier said, Your Excellency Marshal, you are not a wolf. We are not a cage here. We are also thinking of your health. Please understand us a little bit. Vernier corrected. In my opinion, a hospital is a cage where soldiers are imprisoned. Every soldier who enters here will inevitably lose something on the operating table. Marshal St. Arnault replied to Vernier in a low tone. Winning on the operating table is better than losing your life on the battlefield. Vernier retorted in a low voice. She didn't understand why some people regarded death in battle as a supreme honor. It's true for some people. Marshal St. Arnault first agreed with Vernier's point of view, and then changed the conversation, and replied to Vernier, but for other people, it's better to wait for fate in the hospital instead of waiting for fate. It is better to die in a vigorous battle on the battlefield. Your Excellency Marshal. If everyone holds a view like yours, then our generation of medical staff will probably become a corpse collection team. Vernier responded to Marshall St. Arnault. In fact, the vast majority of most of the people don't want to die in battle. They are begging us to save their lives. Marshall St. Arnault was silent. He knew that there were always a small number of people in the army who shared the same ideas as him. Many soldiers spent their entire lives in a daze because they did not fight for the war like Marshall St. Arnault did. The idea of martyrdom. Okay, Your Excellency Marshal, I'm going to inspect the hospital bed. Vernier lifted the tray and said to Marshal St. Arnault, and then put a kerosene lamp on the table. I won't bother you anymore. Marshal St. Arnault shook his head and rejected Vernier's suggestion to turn off the kerosene lamp. He just woke up from his sleep and didn't want to rest now. Alright. Then. Vernier nodded and then warned again. Don't sleep till late. I'll be back here again in 2 hours. If you haven't rested by then, I see. Marshal St. Arnault nodded. I will rest before you come again. That's good. Vernier opened the door and left, and there was only Marshal St. Arnault alone in the room. She really looks like an angel in white. Marshal St. Arnault whispered. After a while, a noise came from outside the door. It's here. Then, knock on the door. The 3 tones of dong 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 brought back Marshal St. Arnault, who was admiring the starry loud sky. Who? St. Arnault asked. Your Excellency Marshal, I'm Walewski. Ambassador Walewski outside the door told himself. Walewski? How could he come here at this time? Could it be that something happened in the Crimea? Marshal St. Arnault couldn't help but get nervous. He hurriedly got up and tidied up his clothes and then responded to Walewski outside the door. Please come in. The door opened again and I was at the door of Ambassador Walewski. Behind Walewski was Jerome Bonaparte, whom Marshal St. Arnault had not expected. Your Majesty. Marshal St. Arnault showed surprise on his face and then hurriedly bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. Don't be too polite. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand and shouted at Marshal St. Arnault. Considering the physical condition of Marshal St. Arnault. However, even though Jerome Bonaparte had approved Marshal St. Arnault not to salute, Marshal St. Arnault still insisted on salute. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte, Walewski and Marshal St. Arnault sat on 3 seats and talked. Mr. St. Arnault, how do you feel now? Jerome Bonaparte glanced at Marshal St. Arnault. At this time, Marshal St. Arnault didn't seem to have any other major problems, except his face was slightly pale and his body was thin, except for the occasional unbearable pain. There is no big problem at other times. Marshal St. Arnault replied to Jerome Bonaparte evasively. What kind of medicine did the hospital give you? Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask. He suspected that Marshal St. Arnault had injected him with phlegm. But is there really such a thing in this era? I remember he wasn't applied until the 20th century. Jerome Bonaparte, who knew little about the development of medicine, forgot that the dream god was invented in 1806, and its real effect was in the middle of the 19th century, which is where Jerome Bonaparte lived of this time period. Dream god gradually became prosperous with the development of hypodermic injection, and it during this period was also endowed with the magical effect of treating opium addiction. Of course, Dream God can indeed cure opium addiction, but people who smoke Dream God will become addicted to this thing. The 2 sides are not the same level at all. Marshal St. Arnault told Jerome Bonaparte the name of Dream God. And Jerome Bonaparte immediately understood that Marshal St. Arnault's current state was only maintained by drugs, and over time, the body develops resistance to the drug. By that time, more injections will be required. How much do you inject a day now, and how many times a day? Jerome Bonaparte asked Marshal St. Arnault. 4 times a day, about 9 milliliters each time. Marshal St. Arnault replied immediately. Marshal St. Arnault's answer made Jerome Bonaparte's heart sink. With this amount of injection, Marshal St. Arnault might not survive today's winter. What's the matter, Your Majesty? Marshal St. Arnault saw the strangeness of Jerome Bonaparte, and he immediately asked Jerome Bonaparte. No, nothing. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and responded to Marshal St. Arnault, and then asked to change the subject and inquired about Marshal St. Arnault's status in the hospital. Apart from restricting travel, there is nothing else. Marshal St. Arnault replied. You reading www.urkanshu.com. Your current state is indeed not suitable for going out. Jerome Bonaparte said to Marshal St. Arnault, you should stay in the hospital honestly. Your Majesty, if a soldier dies in a hospital bed, it would be a humiliation. Marshal St. Arnault responded to Jerome Bonaparte, St. Arnault, now is not the time to be pessimistic. We must believe that God will take care of those who fight for him. Jerome Bonaparte comforted Marshal St. Arnault, Your Majesty, there is also a God in Russia. Marshal St. Arnault replied to Jerome Bonaparte, Russia has been forsaken by God and they are doomed to fall from the throne. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 618, Growing Up. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's voice fell, St. Arnault immediately retorted tactfully, Your Majesty, I don't think this is the role of God. Our army is the important driving force for the fall of the Russian Empire. You rewrite. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, and then turned the conversation sophistry. But how do you know that God did not secretly promote the decline of the Russian Empire? Our world is made up of countless accidentally, it was built. Any slight change will make a big change. So St. Arnault, you have to believe that there are miracles in this world. The encouragement of Jerome Bonaparte did not make Marshal St. Arnault feel better. He understood that the possibility of waiting for a miracle was almost zero. I hope so. Marshal St. Arnault showed a wry smile, and then asked Jerome Bonaparte why he appeared in Constantinople. Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a few seconds, then asked Marshal St. Arnault, why didn't Walewski tell you? Ambassador Walewski didn't tell me. Marshal St. Arnault shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Then, Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention to Walewski, who immediately accused Jerome Bonaparte and said that he forgot to report to Marshal St. Arnault because of his busy business. I really don't know what to say about you. Jerome Bonaparte first reprimanded and then explained to Marshal St. Arnault, I arrived in Constantinople this time. The main purpose is to give the soldiers who fought **** battles for the French Empire the honor they deserve. Marshal St. Arnault also remembered that the Ministry of War asked them to hand in a list of meritorious officials in the Near East. When they handed in their list with joy, expecting that the Ministry of War would award them with medals, the Ministry of War did not respond. In contrast to the Ministry of War of the French Empire, the British Ministry of War, their Minister of War awarded Raglan the rank of Commander Marshal under the order of the Queen immediately after Raglan's list of honours, while Raglan the subordinates, the Earl of Cambridge, the Earl of Lugan, and the Duke of Cardigan, were also given different levels of medals. However, since Commander Raglan was fighting in the Crimea, his marshal's scepter and medal, Britain would send an envoy to personal honor and confer the honor of Commander Raglan. Not only that, the Minister of War of the Kingdom of Sardinia, the younger brother of the French Empire, was also given the post of Marshal by the Kingdom of Sardinia. Of course, his marshal is even bigger than Commander Raglan. Seeing that both Britain and Sardinia have started the awarding operation, the French Empire War Department has not moved, so the French army on the Crimea Peninsula wrote to him to complain about the delay of the War Department. Obviously, the Ministry of War was the first to ask them to submit the list of honored members, but they turned out to be the last group of countries to receive honors. After a long time of trouble, it turned out that the Emperor himself awarded them honors. Your Majesty, on behalf of the soldiers on the Crimean Peninsula, I thank you for coming. Marshal St. Arnault immediately thanked Jerome Bonaparte. It is what my monarch should do to award meritorious persons. There is nothing to be thankful for. Jerome Bonaparte, who knew that names and weapons cannot be faked from others, shook his head. Marshal St. Arnault responded indifferently and then continued to chat with Marshal St. Arnault. The two of you talked with each other for about 2 hours. Jerome Bonaparte learned about the state and morale of the French Empire army in the Crimea through the mouth of Marshal St. Arnault. However, when Jerome Bonaparte was talking with St. Arnault, Marshal St. Arnault always implied that Jerome Bonaparte hoped to return to the Crimea Peninsula and do his best for the Empire's thin power. Jerome Bonaparte also responded to Marshal St. Arnault with various perfunctory attitudes, and also hoped that Marshal St. Arnault could return to Paris for treatment. Marshal Arnault refused, Throughout the conversation, Jerome Bonaparte and St. Arnold never reached an agreement on this issue. This question, we can talk about it after a while. Though the most important thing now is, just, when Jerome Bonaparte changed the subject, the sound of the door opening came from behind him, followed by a surprised voice, "Your Majesty," to Jerome Bonaparte. This voice was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. That's right, the person who appeared at the door of the room was Vernier with a kerosene lamp. At this time, Vernier inspected all the beds in the hospital. After confirming that there were no other problems, Vernier came to the room of Marshal St. Arnold with a kerosene lamp and reminded Marshal St. Arnold go to bed early. After Vernier opened the door, she saw someone she didn't expect in the room. Aren't you supposed to be in Paris now? Why are you here?" Vernier's eyebrows curved, revealing full of joy. Meeting Jerome Bonaparte on such an occasion was something she had never expected. Jerome Bonaparte turned his gaze to Walewski with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, as if he was asking Walewski what was going on. "Your Majesty, I was negligent." Walewski immediately confessed to Jerome Bonaparte. So Walewski explained to Vernier why Jerome Bonaparte was here. "Now, you understand." Jerome Bonaparte replied to Vernier, "I see, Your Majesty." Vernier immediately understood the ins and outs of the matter afterwards. Vernier asked Marshal St. Arnaud how he felt. "The current situation is not bad." Marshal St. Arnaud shrugged and replied with a pretense of ease, "In that case, you should rest earlier. Going to bed late is not good for your current health." Vernier told Marshal St. Arnaud again, and also hinted at Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski. "Do not disturb Marshal St. Arnaud's rest." Jerome Bonaparte, who received the hint from Vernier, immediately said goodbye to Marshal St. Arnaud. "Your Majesty, Ambassador Walewski, be careful when you go back. I won't send you off." Marshal St. Arnaud replied to Jerome Bonaparte. After Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski left St. Arnaud's ward, Marshal St. Arnaud slowly moved from the seat and sat back on the bed, and then put the quilt over him. Vernier, who was still standing in the ward, took 3 steps to the table where the kerosene lamp was placed, then turned off the kerosene lamp and took it in his hand and left. When Vernier left Marshal St. Arnaud's room and was about to return to the bedroom, Jerome Bonaparte's hand was drooping on Vernier's shoulder. This really started led Vernier. She wanted to come and scream. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly covered Vernier's mouth and said in a low voice, "Shh, be quiet, you two. Don't want your voice to disturb them." Vernier's frightened heart finally subsided after seeing that the owner of the hand was Vernier, and she nodded in response. Jerome Bonaparte slowly let go of Vernier's mouth. The two stood together and looked at each other for a long time. They both saw love in each other's eyes. Even though they are separated by thousands of miles, this love will never disappear, and even more and more miss because of the distance. After a while, Vernier approached Jerome Bonaparte and buried his body in Jerome Bonaparte's chest. "Give me the kerosene lamp," Jerome Bonaparte said, taking the kerosene lamp in Vernier's hand into his own. With his hands free, Vernier hugged Jerome Bonaparte and then buried his head on Jerome Bonaparte's chest for a long time without saying a word. "It's been hard work. You've been very tired recently," Jerome Bonaparte said to Vernier. "Actually, it's nothing." Vernier responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "I just need to visit all the wards again, and I can rest." "Visit all the wards?" Jerome Bonaparte smacked his lips. This was a big project that would take at least an hour. It is already 11 AM, which means that Vernier needs to work until after 12 o'clock before falling asleep. "I'll come with you," said Jerome Bonaparte to Vernier. "How about that?" Vernier shook his head and responded, "Why not?" Jerome Bonaparte retorted, "Is it because I'm the emperor?" "Yeah." Vernier nodded and replied, "Then, I'm not the emperor now. I'm Jerome Bonaparte. This should be fine." Jerome Bonaparte blinked and said softly. Vernier, who couldn't beat Jerome Bonaparte, had no choice but to agree, and the two walked around the ward holding a kerosene lamp and holding hands. Most of the soldiers and officers in the wards that were inspected fell into a deep sleep, and only a few soldiers still did not rest. When they saw Jerome Bonaparte, they subconsciously regarded him as a doctor in the hospital. Jerome Bonaparte, who had visited all the beds, came to her bedroom with Vernier. The whole room was much simpler than when she was in Paris, with a bed, a desk, a kerosene lamp, and a mountain of piles. The medical records, patient information, they make up the whole of this room. You live here. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 619, Minuteman Missile. You live here? Looking at the humble room in front of him, it was difficult for Jerome Bonaparte to associate it with Vernier. That's right. What's wrong? Vernier took off her nurse's hat and put down her curled hair while responding to Jerome Bonaparte. This is already the best room in the entire hospital. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Vernier carefully, and in his mind he couldn't help comparing it with the girl he met for the first time a few years ago. Vernier, you have changed. Vernier was stunned for a few seconds, and then asked, where have I changed? You have become more honest and kind. Jerome Bonaparte came to Vernier and flicked Vernier's forehead with his hand. Do you remember when we first met? Don't say it anymore. A look of shame appeared on Vernier's face, which was a black spot that was hard to erase in her life. Jerome Bonaparte did not stop because of Vernier's request. He said to himself, you were like a proud little peacock. Please, don't say it. Vernier pleaded softly. Seeing that Vernier was unwilling to look back on the past, Jerome Bonaparte had to stop. I want to say that you are more charming now than you were before. You don't know it yet. You have been here for more than a month. Here, your name has been sung all over France. Many ladies look up to you as their idol, and many men want to marry someone like you. Ah, really? Victoria opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't know what happened to France in Constantinople. Of course. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Vernier with a firm tone. The parents who rescued their children on the front line are all thanking you. You already have a lofty reputation. Vernier's reputation in France, under the advocacy of Jerome Bonaparte, has become second only to the existence of Queen Augusta. Of course, there are also a small number of independent newspapers who want to find black spots on Vernier to gain popularity. These newspapers have not waited for Jerome Bonaparte to make a move, and they have been attacked overnight by angry Parisians. Smashed newspaper. No newspaper has dared to retrograde. Sublime. Vernier muttered to herself, a look of disappointment in her eyes, and it seemed that she didn't like these two words. What's wrong with you? Don't you like it? Jerome Bonaparte saw that something was wrong with Vernier, and he asked quickly, Your Majesty, Vernier hesitated for a moment, then reorganized the language and asked, is it really worth it? What's isn't it worth it? Vernier, you've confused me. Jerome Bonaparte asked suspiciously about Vernier's half sentence. I mean, is this war really worth it? Vernier showed a hint of pity in her eyes, and she asked in a slightly crying tone, it would be better if we didn't pay these prices. Will Vernier become the Virgin? Jerome Bonaparte thought to himself. However, he did not hate the Virgin herself, and the Virgin could at least lead by example. What he hates is the Virgin bitch. These kinds of people only talk about it. When they really let them do real things, they all retreat into the background. However, if Vernier were to change from a virgin to an anti-war person, Jerome Bonaparte would still have some headaches. After all, if there are enough anti-war people, his chicken blood theory will go bankrupt. There are times in Vernier, we have to pay a price. Jerome Bonaparte comforted softly. Some wars can't be stopped. If we want to stop, it depends on the attitudes of both parties, even multiple parties. I want to pursue peace, but the Russian Empire insists on its own way, so a war is inevitable. No. Vernier nodded. She understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant, but she still asked unwillingly, can't countries understand each other? Vernier, your idea is very good. If everyone was like you, there would be no more wars in this world. Jerome Bonaparte first affirmed Vernier's point of view, and then went on to say Vernier responded, but you have to understand one thing, the relationship between countries has never been reciprocal. A strong country can support a weak country around it, and make it its own barrier, just like the current France Empire and the Kingdom of Sardinia. It can also bully and even annex weak countries, just like the Russian Empire. But no matter which model it is, in the final analysis, it relies on the strong to bully the weak. This is the history of human development for thousands of years, something that our ancestors had inscribed in our genes when we were apes. Apes? Genes? Vernier looked at Jerome Bonaparte curiously. Weren't we created by God, Jerome? Bonaparte then remembered that Mr. Darwin's Origin of Species was not published until 1859, and the genetic theory is a product that is far away. This is what a friend of mine told me. He told me that all species in the world evolved. We humans also evolved from apes. Jerome Bonaparte had to bite the bullet and explain. He does not know whether Darwin started writing his book on the origin of species. P.S. Darwin began to write The Origin of Species in 1855, which means that Darwin has not written yet. Really? Vernier's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Of course it's true. Jerome Bonaparte boasted of Darwin to Vernier in a confident tone. My friend visited many countries and came to this conclusion. It won't take a few years. He will publish his research results. At that time, you will understand whether what I said is true or not. Also, aren't we talking about war? How did it suddenly run to other problems? Let's continue to come back to this question. Your Majesty, you just said that war is inevitable. Don't you think we have no other way to eliminate war? Vernier replied to Jerome Bonaparte. It's a pity. For now, we have nothing to do. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and responded, alas. Vernier let out a long sigh and laughed at himself. If war itself is a crime, then my career can't be called noble, and we are also evil executioners and accomplices. Especially like me, people who came here with other motives in the first place. Vernier, you can't say the same thing. No matter what purpose you came here for, when you arrive here and devote yourself to your work, you have already surpassed those who will only criticize the commanding heights now, but don't go there. A person who takes action. Jerome Bonaparte had to patiently comfort Vernier. You can't avoid war, but you can make young people stand up again with your hands. This is already a very noble thing. But, Your Majesty, Vernier said to Jerome Bonaparte with tears in her eyes, you know what? When I see young people my age, struggling and wailing in agony in front of me, until I stop screaming and die, and I can only do nothing, that feeling, I know. Jerome Bonaparte hugged Vernier gently. He felt Vernier's trembling, and he began to regret letting Vernier go through these things. Vernier's current situation reminds Jerome Bonaparte of PSTD in later generations. PSTD, also known as traumatic stress disorder, is the result of an individual experiencing, witnessing, or encountering one or more actual deaths involving themselves or others, or threatened with death, or serious injury, or threats to bodily integrity of individuals with delayed onset and persistent psychiatric disorders. According to reports on the incidence of PSTD in later generations, the incidence of women is much higher than that of men. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte wondered if Vernier had been infected with the disease after seeing the state of the veterans who participated in the war. Vernier, why don't you go back with me? In the face of fame and fortune and the physical and mental health of Vernier, Jerome Bonaparte chose to let Vernier leave. He didn't want to see a man tortured by PSTD. Flower season girl, after the award is over, you will return to Paris with me and return to the Tuileries Palace. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's answer, Vernier's heart warmed. She raised her head and firmly to Jerome Bonaparte, no, Your Majesty, I want to stay here until the war is over. No. You are afraid that responded your spirit will not be able to bear it. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head. It had only been over a month, and Vernier had become like this. If the war was a little bit fiercer and more soldiers were transported to Constantinople, it would be hard for him to believe that Vernier wouldn't really suffer from PSTD. No, Your Majesty, I can bear it. Vernier responded decisively to Jerome Bonaparte. I'm not as vulnerable as you think, but you just now. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help worrying about Vernier. I just vented to you. Vernier stuck out her tongue playfully. In this hospital, I can't show any weakness. Only by your side. Looking at Vernier with a resolute attitude in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte sighed. Since you insist on doing this, then I will not force it. However, you have to take care of yourself. I see. Your Majesty. Vernier tiptoed slightly and grabbed Jerome Bonaparte's lips with her lips, and then grabbed Jerome Bonaparte's militia missile with her slender hands. Love me. https://genius. Remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website. Chapter 620, Army Red Deer. When the noon sunlight stretched through the yellow curtain to the foot of the bed, Jerome Bonaparte, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and turned his head to look beside him. At this moment, there was no one beside Jerome Bonaparte, except for the folded clothes. These clothes were originally scattered on the ground in the early hours of this morning, but they were neatly placed on the bed early this morning. You don't have to think about it, you know, it must be Vernier's credit, this girl. Jerome Bonaparte showed a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth, and said to himself, didn't I tell her that I don't have to get up early today? After he finished speaking, Jerome Bonaparte unfolded the folded clothes, and put them on his body one by one, then got up, and went to the copper wash basin near the corner. After briefly wiping with the water in the basin, he turned to open a door. I heard that there was a man living in Vernier's room today. Really? Was that really big news? Yeah. Vernier is the dream goddess of the entire hospital. I'm afraid many people will cry now, but I heard that the man in Vernier in Paris is very powerful. Do you think it could be him? Impossible. Some big man has come here recently. By the way, His Majesty the Emperor seems to be here. Do you think it could be? How could it be His Majesty the Emperor? If it was His Majesty the Emperor, Vernier would still be here. That's right. When Jerome Bonaparte opened the door, he happened to meet two doctors who were discussing the man in Vernier's room. Hello. Jerome Bonaparte greeted the two doctors with a smile. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. One of the doctors responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a trembling voice. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Emperor of the French Empire would appear in Vernier's room. Even worse, he seemed to have said some disrespectful words just now, and I wonder if His Majesty the Emperor heard it or not. The other doctor also looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a horrified expression. The appearance of the Imperial Emperor at the Constantinople Military District Hospital was really a terrifying thing. You know me. Jerome Bonaparte looked at the doctor in front of him with a look of surprise. Although he is the Emperor of the Empire, it does not mean that the subjects of the Empire know him. After all, he is not yet stamped on the head like his uncle, Emperor Napoleon. Before I arrived in Constantinople, I was a doctor in the Strasbourg military district. I was fortunate enough to see you from a distance. The doctor hurriedly explained to Jerome Bonaparte. So, it is. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then said to the doctor, are you talking about me just now? Oh no. The doctor first denied it, then nodded to Jerome Bonaparte and replied, that's right. We don't know your relationship with Madame Vernier. As you think, I'm the dog man of Vernier, that you call me. Jerome Bonaparte said to the two doctors with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the two doctors were almost paralyzed to the ground. If they had known this earlier, they would not dare to talk behind their backs. Don't be afraid. Jerome Bonaparte immediately reassured the two doctors. I'm not an unreasonable tyrant. Like you, I like to discuss some gossip, such as, why does Franz Joseph always able to face? Why is Albert's body so bad? Etc. But Jerome Bonaparte's tone was a little more severe. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Don't talk about it behind your back. I believe that no one likes a guy who chews his tongue. Yes. Yes. The two doctors responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a nod and bow. And said Jerome Bonaparte again. Don't tell anyone that you have met me. Do you understand? We will be tight-lipped. The doctor responded quickly. That's right. We will definitely. Another doctor also responded. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte separated from the two doctors and walked into the canteen of the military hospital alone. Is the meal ready? Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, asked the chef at the window. Please, wait a little longer. The chef, who did not know Jerome Bonaparte, looked at Jerome Bonaparte, who was very imposing, and predicted that the person in front of him should be a big man like a general. His tone involuntarily, he responded respectfully. That's good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, standing at the window, looking in from time to time. The chef at the other end of the window is putting a plate of steaming brown bread, and then one after another, marinated and compressed into a hard round cake-shaped vegetable, into a large boiling pot, and poured over the cut meat puree. After about 20 minutes, a steaming pot of vegetable soup is ready. The chef at the window found a relatively large bowl and served a bowl of vegetable soup with more meat and less vegetables for Jerome Bonaparte. The original brown bread was also replaced with soft bread. Bon appetit with a glass of wine. This is your lunch. Please enjoy it. The chef responded to Bon appetit after placing all the dishes in the window. Looking at the soup and bread in front of him, Bon appetit shook his head and refused. Please replace me with black bread, and there is too much meat in the vegetable soup. Monsieur, a noble person, like you should eat this, said the cook bitterly to Bon appetit. You know me. Bon appetit looked curiously at the chef in front of him. No. The chef shook his head and responded to Bon appetit. However, I have seen many generals, and none of them are as extraordinary as you, so I conclude that you should also be a general. Almost. Bon appetit said perfunctorily, then stretched out his hand and pushed the food back again. Just replace my food with what ordinary soldiers eat. These things should be left to those who suffer. Seriously wounded soldier. This. The chef hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Since you insist on doing this, then I respect your choice. The chef then replaced Bon appetit's food with black bread and vegetable soup with only a few shreds of meat. The original wine was also replaced by a cup of coffee, which was better for French soldiers than wine. Because the latter is often in a state of insufficient supply, while the former does not have such worries. Thank you. The hungry Bon appetit brought the food to the dining table in the dining hall. The slightly steamy black bread caused Bon appetit's discomfort at the first bite. This feeling was like chewing a whole wheat bread, and the sour taste poured into Bon appetit of the oral cavity floating. Bon appetit could only swallow the brown bread with all he could to endure the discomfort. Then, he gently blew the hot air on the vegetable soup, and took a sip of the vegetable soup. A salty feeling filled the taste buds of Bon appetit, just like the feeling of a certain master's old altar sauerkraut and beef noodles. Bon appetit felt that the vegetable soup in front of him could no longer be called vegetable soup. He should just call it salty soup. People with slightly lighter tastes are not lucky to enjoy this kind of food at all. Bon appetit, whose mouth is full of sour and salty tastes, can't wait to drink the coffee. The bitterness in the coffee hides the feeling of black bread and vegetable soup. Is this what they use to feed the sick? Bon appetit's face was slightly angry. He couldn't believe who could eat these things. Just when Bon appetit wanted to get up to settle accounts with the chef, a group of soldiers entered the restaurant and said to the chef at the restaurant window, "Quick, bring me a lunch, preferably with wine." "No wine. Only coffee." The chef responded indifferently. "Also." The soldier responded decisively. The cook began to serve the soldiers. The soldiers who picked up the plate turned around and saw Bon appetit. They hurriedly came to Bon appetit and asked enthusiastically, "Brother, do you want to join us?" "Yes." Bon appetit smiled slightly. The soldiers sat with Bon appetit, and one of the soldiers sitting at a dining table looked at Bon appetit carefully for a while and asked in an uncertain tone, "Where are we? Have you seen it? I always feel that you are familiar." "I don't know about that." Bon appetit shrugged and responded casually, "Many people say that I have a popular face and I look like no one else." Bon appetit's remarks dispelled the soldier's doubts. He also nodded to Bon appetit and responded, "Who doesn't have a popular face?" After speaking, the soldiers began to gulp down the brown bread, as if the sour taste of the brown bread was a piece of cake for them, and no one showed any discomfort on their faces. "Don't you feel sour?" Bon appetit asked the soldier in surprise. www.riyadh1.com sour. The soldier also looked at Bon appetit in astonishment, then nodded and said, "Listening to what you said, it is indeed a bit sour. But it doesn't matter, it's already very good to be able to eat these. Yeah. Compared to Britain, we are pretty good." Another soldier also said, "I've seen their food before, and to be honest, it's better to give them one of the things they give them. Would you?" After speaking, the soldier took a sip of the vegetable soup and had a happy smile on his face. Looking at the group of soldiers feasting in front of him, Bon appetit fell into contemplation. Is it really my problem? https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621, The Dangers of the French Army. Just when Jerome Bonaparte fell into self-doubt, a soldier on the side asked enthusiastically which army Jerome Bonaparte belonged to and what it was called. HMM. Actually Jerome Bonaparte hesitated for a moment, then responded, I'm from the 3rd Division, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Regiment, and my name is Jerome Parry, Europe. When Jerome Bonaparte finished saying this, several soldiers sitting around him cast envious glances at him at the same time. So you are a member of the Guard Division? That's right. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then tore off a piece of brown bread and chewed it in his mouth. He asked curiously, what happened to the guard? It's nothing. The soldiers shook their heads, and one of them patted Jerome Bonaparte on the shoulder and said to him in the tone of a senior, I didn't expect that your physique could also be selected for the Guard Division. Look, isn't the standard of coming to the Guard Division as high as you imagined? Luck. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and waved his hand in response to the soldier. Hey, we would be lucky if we had your luck. Another soldier sighed and complained in a low voice, now your Guard Division is in the limelight. Especially your division commander, Perlesia. I listen. It is said that the domestic newspapers are about to tout him as the second Marshal of Sirte. Once he takes over the position of Marshal of St. Arnault, you will naturally follow the tide. That's what I said. Jerome Bonaparte asked, pretending to be curious, what else can I say? After Perlesia takes over as Marshal St. Arnault as the commander of the expeditionary force, war will inevitably be indispensable. Once the war begins, your 3rd Division will naturally be reused. At that time, buddy, you can be promoted directly. It's over. The soldier responded in a snarky tone. This? Jerome Bonaparte scratched his head and retorted, war is not an outing. How can you win casually? Dude, I really don't know how you got into the 3rd Division. The soldier responded to Jerome Bonaparte in a hateful tone, with those soldiers in the hands of Russia, how could it be ours, opponent? Another soldier also continued, yeah. The whole of Russia is like a broken house, crumbling, just need us to kick the door frame lightly, and they will collapse. When the soldier said this sentence, Jerome Bonaparte felt a sense of familiarity, and he suddenly realized that this sentence seemed to be said by the head of state of a certain country when he attacked the Soviets. After 90 years, something happened ahead of schedule. Oh shit. I have become Hitler. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but cursed. He didn't want to be the guy who committed suicide in the bunker. It turns out that anyone who underestimates Russia is bound to be defeated by Russia. The country of Russia has always felt decadent and backward. Their army is Slavic animals that are recruited at will, and their bureaucrats have only learned about corruption and corruption. Their government is only inefficient. It is better than the Ottoman Empire. But this does not mean that the Russian Empire is a fragile country. On the contrary, even if their government has made endless mistakes, they can continue to fight with tenacious tenacity and constantly correct mistakes during the battle, and then defeat the opponent. From the Napoleonic Wars to World War I to World War II, the Slavs proved their resilience as livestock with action. The opponents that the Russian Empire had to overcome were never abroad, but at home. The way to defeat the Russian Empire is also not to defeat them completely militarily, but to instigate an internal rebellion of the Russian Empire, while consuming the effective strength of the Russian Empire. Anyone who tries to solve the huge empire by military means will only be dragged down by this huge empire in the end. Do you really think so? Jerome Bonaparte asked the soldier with a serious expression, while stirring the vegetable soup with a wooden spoon. After feeling the aura of superiors emanating from Jerome Bonaparte's body, the expressions of several soldiers present condensed, and then they cautiously responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Not only us, they all think the Russian Empire will collapse soon. Ask them if you don't believe me. After speaking, the soldier pointed at the officers around him who were eating. It's nonsense. Jerome Bonaparte frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice. If it's what the soldiers say, there's a good chance the Imperial Army will face a hard lesson in the battle that follows. Now it seems that the victory of Sevastopol is so easy that many people underestimate the Russian Empire. Who are you? The Soldier's voice reached Jerome Bonaparte's ears again, and when he came back to his senses, he quickly eased his brows and reassured the slightly nervous soldiers around him. Didn't I say it just now? I'm the 3rd Division people. If you were just an ordinary soldier, you would never have said what you just said. The soldier said decisively to Jerome Bonaparte. Cough, cough. I'm also concerned about the comfort of the army. Jerome Bonaparte said casually. You said just now that your name is Jerome Paleo, right? The soldier continued to respond to Jerome Bonaparte with his honorific title. I remember that His Majesty the Emperor is called Jerome Joseph Bonaparte. The Emperor's nephew of the teacher is called Jerome Patterson. So, do you have any connection with His Majesty the Emperor? It's barely a relationship. Jerome Bonaparte continued with a perfunctory sentence. Then, can you tell His Majesty the Emperor, next time you go to battle, can you let our 2nd Division take the lead? The soldier looked at Jerome Bonaparte with earnestness eyes. You. Jerome Bonaparte said after a moment of silence. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should we be afraid? Said the soldiers, looking at Jerome Bonaparte with a puzzled expression. Isn't death scary? Jerome Bonaparte asked the soldier. Death is really scary. The soldier first admitted death, and then said with a serious face, but more than death. We are more afraid that all our sacrifices will be ignored, and we are afraid that the glory of our ancestors will be dusted here. Our fathers followed in the footsteps of His Majesty Napoleon and swept the entire European continent, and we too have to follow the Emperor's nephew to do what our fathers did in the past, but have not yet done it. Another soldier also said, I'm the son of a peasant. My grandfather once gave a leg to His Majesty the Emperor. He told me that the reason why our family is today is all because of His Majesty's original policy. So the grandfather and father believed that the Emperor's nephew would not abandon their loyal peasants. Jerome Bonaparte's face showed a touch of emotion. What kind of loyalty? Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte said to them firmly, don't worry. I will respond to your wishes to the Emperor. After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte drank the vegetable soup that was about to cool, and then got up and left the army canteen. Look at that person. Does it look like a person? An officer sitting in the army cafeteria said with his elbow on his friend beside him. Who? The officer raised his head with a puzzled expression, and then looked in the direction of his fingers. When he saw Jerome Bonaparte's face, the hand holding the wooden spoon trembled slightly, and then said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. After speaking, he lowered his voice and asked urgently, This is Your Majesty? I don't know. The officer shook his head, then changed the subject and said, However, I heard that His Majesty the Emperor has arrived in Constantinople. That should be right. In this way, not long after Jerome Bonaparte left, a rumor about His Majesty the Emperor's presence in the restaurant spread in the military hospital. Jerome Bonaparte, who had left the restaurant, wandered the corridors of the hospital until he met Vernier again. Where did you go? Vernier asked in a low voice. The cafeteria. Jerome Bonaparte answered rightly. What are you doing in the cafeteria? Vernier looked at him suspiciously. What else can I do? Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and responded to Vernier. Eat. However, the lunch in the cafeteria is really, how can I say it? It's special. Would you like me to take you out to eat? Vernier asked Jerome Bonaparte again. Forget it. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and refused. I'm full now. By the way, how many injections did Marshal St. Arnauld have today? The second shot has just been finished. Vernier replied. Riyadh1.com. Then you go to eat first. I'm going to talk to Marshal Arnauld. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Vernier. Yeah. Vernier nodded, and then told Jerome Bonaparte not to chat for too long. Marshal St. Arnauld also needed to rest. Got it. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then stretched out his hand and said, By the way, give me a mask. P.S. The mask is also a product forced by Jerome Bonaparte and Louis Pasteur. The quality of the gauze mask is not very good due to the substandard technology, and it is especially thick. What do you want a mask for? Vernier asked while taking out a mask from his pocket. Do you think I'll be recognized when I walk through the hospital like this? Jerome Bonaparte replied with a smile. Vernier gave the mask to Jerome Bonaparte, and with the mask on, he hurried to the ward where Marshal St. Arnauld was. Chapter 622, Ottoman Empire in Action. Marshal, now the French army seems to reveal a spirit of blind optimism. Jerome Bonaparte, who entered the room, frowned and said to Marshal St. Arnault with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, where did you get this news?" Marshal St. Arnault was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Just now, when I went to the hospital restaurant." Jerome Bonaparte told Marshal St. Arnault about what happened in the restaurant. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's description of the causes and consequences, Marshal St. Arnault was a little dissatisfied. In his opinion, the achievements of the French army in the Crimea Peninsula are obvious to all, and it is natural that pride appears in the army. It should also be. Jerome Bonaparte's behavior is really a bit of a fuss. However, even though Marshal St. Arnault thought that the emperor was making a fuss, he still showed a serious analysis expression on his face. "Your Majesty, in my opinion, the canteen soldiers are just an example and cannot represent the entire French army." Marshal St. Arnault replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "Please be sure to believe that this army was created by you army. It's not that I don't believe in the army." Jerome Bonaparte explained quickly, "I just think that under this blind optimism, our army may suffer a setback. We just defeated Russia in Crimea. The troops on the peninsula have not defeated the entire Russian Empire. Nicholas I can still mobilize all the Russian troops of his southern troops to the Crimea Peninsula to fight with us." Jerome Bonaparte's concerns are not without reason. According to the information from the French Navy, the Russian Empire's troops in the Caucasus and Bessarabia have been continuously moving towards the Crimean Peninsula direction. Collection. "Your Majesty, why don't I go to the Crimean Peninsula in person and warn them to be cautious?" Marshal St. Arnault said eagerly, and now he doesn't want to stay in the military hospital for a moment. "I think you should stay in the hospital honestly." Jerome Bonaparte did not understand Marshal St. Arnault's careful thoughts, but he did not want Marshal St. Arnault to return to the Crimean Peninsula. There are several reasons why Jerome Bonaparte did not want Marshal St. Arnault to go to Crimea. First, after Marshal St. Arnault returned to the Crimean Peninsula, should the command of the peninsula be given to St. Arnault or Policia? Jerome Bonaparte clearly remembered the telegram that Marshal St. Arnault handed over to him. Second, Marshal St. Arnault's body has already entered the late stage. If there is a long and too shortcoming in Crimea, Jerome Bonaparte feels even more guilty in his heart. Third, and most importantly, Jerome Bonaparte also wanted to go to the Crimea. "Your Majesty, Marshal St. Arnault was about to say something when a sudden sharp pain came from his abdomen, and he hurriedly covered his abdomen with a painful expression on his face. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte's expression also changed. He abruptly got up and ran to the door and shouted, "Come on, someone." After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's cry, the two doctors walking in the corridor walked quickly to Jerome Bonaparte. When they saw clearly that it was Jerome Bonaparte who was shouting, they immediately responded, "Your Majesty, it's you." Jerome Bonaparte looked at the two doctors in front of him in surprise. They were the same two doctors he met before. "Never mind. Come in and have a look." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte turned sideways to leave a passage for the two doctors to pass. The two doctors immediately entered the room, and after groping for a while at Marshal St. Arnault's body, they turned to Jerome Bonaparte and said, "Your Majesty, you must continue the injection." "Then what are you waiting for? Go," Jerome Bonaparte ordered. One of the doctors left quickly, and the other doctor kept trying to apply Marshal St. Arnault with words. Standing aside, Jerome Bonaparte glanced at St. Arnault and let out a silent sigh. For a person with terminal cancer, every second of staying in the world is incomparably painful. After a while, a nurse in a pink nurse uniform with a tray came to Jerome Bonaparte and administered a hypodermic injection for Marshal St. Arnault. After a tube of potion went down, Marshal St. Arnault's expression improved significantly, and the sweat on his forehead continued to drop. "Your Majesty, I made you laugh," Marshal St. Arnault said intermittently. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You'll be fine." Jerome Bonaparte still had a smile on his face, but he was very clear in his heart that it was already a question whether St. Arnault's body could last until the full dream. God has already developed drug resistance. If you continue to increase the dose, I'm afraid that St. Arnault will not be sent away by cancer, but also by Dream God. Marshal, why don't you go back to Paris? The medical equipment here is far worse than Paris. Jerome Bonaparte suggested to Marshal St. Arnault. Your Majesty, I can't escape death if I return to Paris in this state, so I might as well stay here. Marshal St. Arnault rejected Jerome Bonaparte's suggestion to return to Paris. Okay then. Jerome Bonaparte no longer insisted that the quality of medical equipment has no effect on patients with advanced cancer. Not to mention, it is still the 19th century, an era when there is no X-ray, and Marshal St. Arnault has only death. Then, you have a good rest. I'll go first. Jerome Bonaparte decided not to disturb Marshal St. Arnault. He hurriedly said to Marshal St. Arnault, point after Jerome Bonaparte. 2 doctors and a nurse closed the door of St. Arnault's room. Jerome Bonaparte instructed them not to inject more than 50 milliliters of Dream to Marshal St. Arnault for a day. God's potion. What? If the Marshal is in pain? The doctor asked Jerome Bonaparte cautiously. Neither, said Jerome Bonaparte, gritted his teeth. Remember not to exceed this dose. Yes. The doctor nodded, indicating that he would definitely remember what Jerome Bonaparte said. Point then, Jerome Bonaparte asked them how many people use Dream God. It's not too much. For routine operations, we'll use ever. The doctor responded quickly. That's good. Remember, don't use them unless it's a last resort. Jerome Bonaparte told the doctor, this kind of thing can easily become addictive once inhaled, and I want to get rid of it at that time. If so, it would be even more difficult than opium. Yes, Your Majesty. The doctor responded quickly. Okay, there's nothing to do now. I'll go first. After explaining everything, Jerome Bonaparte put on the mask again and was about to leave the military hospital. Remember to tell Vernier that I'm waiting for her at the embassy. And don't say that you have seen me. The doctor nodded that they would tell Vernier. Very good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded in satisfaction and left the hospital. Just as Jerome Bonaparte stepped out of the gate of the military hospital, a carriage marked with the logo of Sultan Abdullah, each sultan has a specific badge, stopped at the gate of the military hospital. Immediately afterwards, Walewski jumped out of the carriage. Jerome Bonaparte immediately walked up to Walewski and asked, "You are?" Hearing the familiar voice, Walewski immediately recognized Jerome Bonaparte under the mask, and he lowered his voice to report to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty the Emperor, Abdulmay the Sultan of Jeddah wants to invite you to the Topkapi Palace to discuss the next military operations of the Ottoman Empire." The military action of the Ottoman Empire? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Walewski in amazement. They can make their own decisions, so why are they looking for me? Your Majesty, I guess they may want the cooperation of the French army. Walewski replied to Jerome Bonaparte, as the supreme commander of the French Empire, they should have known you. Have the British passed? Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask. Walewski nodded and said that British Ambassador Strasford Canning was already at Topkapi Palace, and now Jerome Bonaparte was not there. Looking at the battle point Riyadh1.com, it's quite big. Jerome Bonaparte touched his chin, showing a thoughtful expression. Okay, I'll take a look at it. After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte got into the carriage together with Walewski. The carriage carrying the two of them rampaged all the way, and soon reached his Topkapi Palace. As soon as they entered the Topkapi Palace, Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski met the head of the palace, a black eunuch. Your Majesty the Supreme Emperor. The black asterisk bowed to Jerome Bonaparte in French. His Majesty the Great Sultan has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me. Excuse me. Jerome Bonaparte responded amiably. Under the guidance of the black eunuchs, Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski came to a magnificent hall. On the walls of the hall were the portraits of the sultans of the Ottoman Empire. Abdülmecid sat on a throne with a portrait of himself hanging there, and there was an empty seat next to him, which seemed to be reserved for Jerome Bonaparte. Chapter 623. Actions from Vulnerability 0. My dear brother, you are finally here. After seeing Jerome Bonaparte, Abdülmecid I, who was sitting on the throne, quickly got up and came to Jerome Bonaparte and went to give it to Jerome Bonaparte first. Bey gave him a warm hug, then took his hand and said kindly, perhaps it was because he was deeply poisoned by the sketch Zinjiang kebab in his previous life. Facing the overly enthusiastic Abdülmecid I, Jerome Bonaparte always felt Abdülmecid I was not like a monarch, but like a richly dressed kebab stall owner. However, this kebab stall owner does not have the smell of lamb mutton. My brother, thank you very much for the Ottoman Empire for inviting me to this military meeting. Jerome Bonaparte, who maintains the character of Surface Brothers, expressed his gratitude to Abdul-Mejid as usual. My brother, you don't need to repeat the words of thanks. Take your seat. Abdul-Majid said to Jerome Bonaparte as he pulled him to the seat and sat down. After the presence of the two monarchs, the Imperial Military Conference officially began. The person responsible for explaining the military operation to Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul-Mejid was the commander of Constantinople, Mehmed Alma Pasha. Your Majesty, ambassadors and generals. Mohamed Alma, Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul-Mejid bowed first, and then clapped their hands gently. A cart hung with a map was pushed in by the black asterisk who had sent Jerome Bonaparte into the palace. This is a planning map of the administrative regions of the eastern provinces of the Ottoman Empire, including later Armenia and Georgia. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte concluded at the first sight of the map that horsemen still had ideas for these two regions. After all, the two regions were annexed by the Russian Empire for less than 100 years back then. Nearly 500,000 people were gathered in the Batumi region of Georgia alone. If it were not for the occupation of the Russian Empire forcing a large number of to flee back to the Ottoman Empire, there would be no room for the Orthodox Church in Georgia now. Even if the Russian Empire had occupied here, they still could not establish a relatively stable rule in these two regions. As the governor of Armenia and Georgia, they had to spend a lot of money to clean up the in the two places. The real solution to this problem was only after the establishment of the Soviets. Under the great national migrations of the Soviets, the Georgian prostitutes moved to the Far East, and the proportion of prostitutes in Georgia gradually decreased. Of course, this kind of migration is not just a country in Georgia. The Baltic Sea, Crimea and even the 5 Central Asian countries have had such behaviors. Just when Jerome Bonaparte was thinking about the great migration of the Russian Empire, Mohamed Alma explained the situation in the entire Caucasus region in French for them. In today's Caucasus region, in the 150-mile border from the Black Sea to the Persian Sea, the Caucasian Turkish troops under the Ottoman Empire, including Egyptians, Armenians, and Turks, and the Russian Empire's troops in the Caucasus region are using the ancient Armenia. A tense confrontation centered on Kalis Fortress, an important fortress left by the kingdom. The fortress was the only obstacle to the Russian Empire's access to the Asia Minor Peninsula, and it was also the last barrier to the Turkish army. In order to prevent this barrier from being recklessly penetrated by the Russian army, Abdi Pasha, appointed by Abdul-Mejid as the commander of the Caucasus Corps, tangled an army of 55,000 people, including 40,000 people, in the city of Kalis, 8,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry, and 4,000 irregular troops and 54 artillery pieces. The Russian army opposite them was affected by the Crimea War. The army originally had nearly 100,000 troops, but now there are only less than 40,000 troops left, including 28,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, 1,600 troops of tribal irregulars, with 60 artillery pieces. In terms of strength on paper, the army of the Ottoman Empire is far larger than the army of the Russian Empire. But the army is not about its size. Whoever has the largest number will be able to win. Organization, equipment, morale, and logistics are all important factors that affect the combat effectiveness of the army. After Muhammad Alma recounted the deployment of the Russian and Turkish troops, he spoke out their battle plan. Abdi Pasha, the commander of the Caucasus region, hopes that the 40,000 Turkish troops stationed on the Crimean Peninsula will be able to mobilize half of the Turkish troops to land in the Sukhumi region and cooperate with the defenders in the Kalis region to form a double team against the Russian Empire. In one fell swoop, the Russian Empire soldiers entrenched in the Caucasus were wiped out. In order to make his strategy appear more convincing, Mehmed Alma Pasha told Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul-Majid that the Caucasus command had secretly contacted a large number of tribal rebels. As soon as the Russian Empire declines, those tribal rebels will rise up and plunge the Russian Empire into a sea of terrorism. After Muhammad Alma Pasha finished speaking about his strategic intentions, he bowed again to Jerome Bonaparte and Abdul Majid I, and asked for their holy judgment. Jerome, what do you think? Abdul Majid I asked Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte was silent for a moment, then turned to ask Abdul Majid I, can I ask him a few questions? Of course. Abdul Majid I responded cheerfully. That's good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then set his eyes on Muhammad Alma Pasha. General Alma, I have a few questions I want to ask you. Can you answer it for me? A bit. Your Majesty, please speak. Mohammed Alma responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a 12-pointed spirit. The first question, did you propose this plan yourself or Abdi, or did the two of you propose it together? Jerome Bonaparte asked with a serious look. Mohammed Alma hesitated for a moment, then replied to Jerome Bonaparte, report to your majesty, this plan was proposed by Abdi Pasha, and I passed it on my behalf. Since it was the plan proposed by Abdi, commander of the Caucasus, he should have a good understanding of this plan. Jerome Bonaparte smiled slightly. Of course. Muhammad Alma responded immediately. Do you know anything about Abdi's army? Jerome Bonaparte asked again. I understand. Muhammad Alma replied, after hesitating for a few seconds. Then, tell me, how many people in the army of the Caucasus Regional Command are equipped with rifles? What kind of rifles are they equipped with? Are the weapons used by your cavalry units Arab machetes, or flintlock pistols? Your 54 artillery pieces, when were the artillery guns produced, and what is their range and power? Jerome Bonaparte asked Mohammed Alma incessantly. This, Muhammad Alma faltered, and couldn't say a word. The problem of Jerome Bonaparte is not a problem for a professional staff officer at all, but it is a nightmare for some court military commanders who rely on grace. After all, not everyone is Omar Pasha. What's more, Omar Pasha himself received the most formal militarized education of the Habsburg dynasty. Even if the militarized education of the Habsburgs was about to become the bottom of Europe, this militarized education was the same as the Ottoman Empire's invitation to foreign teachers. Compared with teaching, it is no longer the same grade. P.S. Since Habsburg nobles can directly enter the army as mortal commanders without passing the examination, few people are willing to actually listen to the lessons in the military school at home, and the teachers in the school have also begun to show a tendency to be rotten. Of course, most generals who really want to climb up will not be ruined in the military academy. Today's Austrian Empire still maintains a complete set of military education processes from military primary schools to military universities, while the Ottoman Empire has not established a complete set of processes at all, and many pashas are like Muhammad Alma. And do you know the Russian army opposite you? What equipment do they use? What are the advantages or disadvantages compared to yours? What equipment are used by their cavalry and artillery? Seeing Muhammad Alma couldn't answer, and Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask. Mohammed Alma continued to be speechless. He really didn't know how to answer Jerome Bonaparte. The expression of Abdul Majid I, who was beside Jerome Bonaparte, gradually became gloomy. He really did not expect that Muhammad Alma could not answer a single question. You just said that Sumy landed. Do you know the terrain of Sumy? If you don't, how can you guarantee that the troops dispatched from the Crimean Peninsula will be able to join you smoothly? Jerome Bonaparte decided, give Muhammad Alma the final blow. Riyadh1.com Your Majesty, I, Muhammad Alma, who was so nervous that his forehead was sweating, wanted to defend himself, but he found that he didn't know how to defend himself. Do you want him to admit that he is talking nonsense without knowing anything? Enough. Abdul Majid I shouted, and then looked at Muhammad Alma with murderous eyes. Isn't that shameful enough? Get out. Yes. Yes. Muhammad Alma, who was reprimanded by Abdul Majid I, bowed his body and left the hall. I made you laugh. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 624, Martial and Honor. I made you laugh. Abdul Majid I had a slightly embarrassed smile on his face, and now he can't wait to find a ground seam and drill directly into it. It's nothing. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand, and then pleaded for Muhammad Alma. Marching and fighting is a complicated project, and it is inevitable that there will be some mistakes. Please don't blame him for this. No. No. Abdul-Majid shook his head and then apologized to Jerome Bonaparte. It's just that this time you've made a trip for nothing. Jerome Bonaparte smiled slyly. It's not just that allies should maintain candid communication and make plans together. If they can't do this, then it's better not to be an ally. Speaking of which, Jerome Bonaparte paused and looked at Strasford Canning. Am I right? Mr. Canning. Canning, who was named by Jerome Bonaparte, was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded and responded, Your Majesty, you are right. That's how allies should be. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte told Abdul-Majid that the plan to double-team the Russian Empire in the Caucasus was not impossible, but only after the coalition forces expelled the Russian Empire from the Crimea region. France, who freed up his hands, went to help the Turkish army. During this time, Jerome Bonaparte advised the Turkish troops in the Caucasus not to act rashly, but only to guard the Kalis fortress. Speaking of this, Jerome Bonaparte got up and walked to the map, pointing to the fortress of Kalis, Ardahan, which is less than 90 kilometers away, and Artvin, which is about 220 kilometers away. From this map looking up, the Turkish army only needs to guard these 3 places to block the enemy outside. These 3 places just form a triangle. Artvin and Kalis are the same as your main road, by the way. Defend here too. Jerome Bonaparte pointed at Erzurum behind Kalis. If I guess correctly, all your supplies come from here. Yes. Abdul-Majid nodded. Although he did not understand the specific military operations, he still had a general understanding of the logistics of the army in the Caucasus. That's why this is also the point. In case the Russian Empire launches a surprise attack on it, the entire army in the border area will be destroyed. Jerome Bonaparte responded in a serious tone. Although he does not believe that the current Russian Imperial Army still has the ability of Suvorov's rapid march, considering that the Ottoman Empire itself has enough waste materials, maybe a wave of raids will be taken directly. Jerome Bonaparte, who made the defense plan for the Ottoman Empire, didn't know yet that the fall of the Ottoman Empire in history was the beginning of Ardahan. Russian army that broke through Ardahan surrounded the fortress of Kalis with its strength advantage. Kalis fortress, yes. You heard that right. The Ottoman Empire deployed far more troops in Kalis than the divided Russian Empire was surrounded. P.S. There are less than 30,000 people in the Russian Empire, and they have to divide their troops to occupy Ardahan and Artvin to threaten Erzurum, while the Ottoman Empire has about 33,000 light infantry soldiers. Under the superiority of troops, the Kalis fortress is still surrounded. Abdul-Majid nodded, and then told Jerome Bonaparte euphemistically that their existing forces were simply unable to take into account the defense of the 3 areas, and he hoped that Jerome Bonaparte would be able to order Policia to return a portion of the Turkish troops on the Crimean Peninsula to home defense. Jerome Bonaparte also said that his emperor did not want to interfere too much in the battles on the Crimean Peninsula. However, he suggested that Abdul-Majid in the name of the Ottoman Empire, make a proposal to Policia to withdraw some of the Turkish troops in Crimea. If Policia is willing to accept it, so much the better. However, Abdul-Majid nodded, and an anticlimactic military meeting ended like this. Jerome Bonaparte, Strasford Canning, and Walewski, escorted by the Black Eunuch, left Topkapi Palace. When Jerome Bonaparte and Strasford Can parted ways, Stratford Canning respectfully asked Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, may I ask you one question? Of course. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and replied to Strasford Canning, What is the purpose of your coming here? Stratford Canning asked Jerome Bonaparte with a serious face, Mr. Canning, are you now asking me on behalf of the British royal family or the cabinet? Jerome Bonaparte did not directly answer Strasford Canning's question here, but only smiled. Strasford Canning hesitated for a moment, then reorganized the language, both. Then please tell Palmerston and Victoria that the purpose of my trip is to award honors. Jerome Bonaparte responded without hesitation. Awarded? There was a hint of surprise in Stratford Canning's eyes. He didn't believe what Jerome Bonaparte said. That's right. The purpose of my visit this time is just to award honors to those who have merited the Crimean Peninsula. Jerome Bonaparte added. I'll tell them. I wish you a pleasant trip in Constantinople. Stratford Canning bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and turned to leave. Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski, who watched Strasford Canning leave, also returned to the French embassy in Constantinople by carriage. That afternoon, Vernier, wearing a black gown and black tulle, came to the embassy. "Why are you dressed like this?" Jerome Bonaparte asked in surprise, looking at the well-wrapped Vernier in front of him. "It's not because of this country's system." Vernier, who had taken off the veil, complained in a low voice. "Actually, Constantinople is already open enough." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged. "If you are going to Syria, you will find that the regulations there are stricter than those in Constantinople. Although Constantinople does not seem to be open enough to Vernier, who has lived in France and Italy, he is already at the forefront of openness in the entire YSL world. Under the influence of British and French capital, the petty bourgeoisie in the city of Constantinople has gradually moved towards the road of liberalization, and the influence of Wahha has been gradually eliminated from the city. For those women who live in the Middle East and are under the control of the Wahhabi faction, the most serious dress is to wrap the whole body in a black robe and leave only a pair of eyes. Forget it. Don't say that." Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and then saw Clean in front of him. "Is there any restaurant nearby that I can recommend?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Clean of Constantinople Pass immediately introduced Jerome Bonaparte to the relatively famous restaurants in Constantinople. "Wait a while, I'll tidy up a little and go." Jerome Bonaparte walked to the dresser, put the artificial beard in the drawer of the dresser to his mouth, and then set up a flat mirror on the bridge of his nose, just like a scholar, so no one should recognize it. Jerome Bonaparte asked Vernier on the side point. Vernier put a wig on Jerome Bonaparte's head, and now he has changed from the original to a judge. "Okay, let's go." Jerome Bonaparte, who felt that he would not be recognized, nodded, then took Vernier's hand and left together. That night, Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier did not return to the embassy and the hospital, but turned upside down in a luxurious hotel. In the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte was either going to the monuments of Constantinople or the Topkapi Palace. It seemed that he had really forgotten about the award point until one day early in the morning, when the friendship ironclad ship docked at the Constantinople naval port again. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers in the naval port, a group of fully armed French soldiers came from the ironclad ship, and the loud military band sounded. An old man dressed in the costume of an imperial marshal walked slowly from the ironclad ship to the military port, and then got on the carriage leading to the embassy with his entourage. The old man standing at the door of the embassy knocked on the door of the embassy. Clean leaned out of it, and he said respectfully, "Marshal Renaud, you are Clean." The old man in front of him was really Rienio, one of the two marshals of the empire. He said with a smile, "Yes, Your Excellency Marshal." Clean replied to the old man, "Where is Your Majesty now?" Renaud asked Clean, "Your Majesty, we have now headed to the military hospital." Clean replied to Marshal Rienio, "Military hospital? Good." Marshal Rienio got back into the carriage and left point. When Rienio arrived at the gate of the military district hospital Riyadh1.com, he saw Jerome Bonaparte. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte had already changed into the special love dress for the award and asked with a serious face, "Is the thing ready?" "Ready." Marshal Renaud nodded to Jerome Bonaparte. Afterwards, surrounded by soldiers from the military hospital, the two walked straight to the bed of Marshal St. Arnault. Marshal St. Arnault, who was lying on the bed, wanted to get up, but Jerome Bonaparte pressed his shoulders and said, "You don't have to get up if you are inconvenient." At the same time, a soldier with a tray entered the hospital bed, and on the tray was the Golden Grand Cross. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 625. War is about to start. Marshal St. Arnault, please accept this medal that contains honor and the respect of the French people. Under the adoring or envious gazes of the wounded outside the ward, Jerome Bonaparte in a tuxedo solemnly took the Grand Cross from Marshal Rienio, and then walked slowly to Saint in front of Marshal Arnault. He said to Marshal St. Arnault with his unique majesty and soft mixed tone. Marshal St. Arnault did not speak, but raised his chest, and stared at the emperor in front of him to show his respect for the emperor. Long live the empire! Long live the emperor! The wounded soldiers outside the ward shouted loudly. Many wounded soldiers raised their hands spontaneously to pay homage to Jerome Bonaparte. They knew His Majesty the Emperor and ignored them because of their injuries. He was always with them. in one after another shouting. Jerome Bonaparte pinned the medal on the chest of Marshal St. Arnault. Congratulations, Marshal St. Arnault. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and looked at Marshal St. Arnault. He patted Marshal St. Arnault on the shoulder and then said, because you are in Sebastopol's brilliant victory, so from now on, you will be given the title of Count of Sevastopol. When Jerome Bonaparte finished saying this, Marshal St. Arnault's face was obviously dull. Obviously, he himself just found out that he was awarded the title of Earl. The soldiers outside the ward were also a little surprised when they heard that Jerome Bonaparte conferred the title of Count of St. Arnault. From the establishment of the Second Empire to the present, for 3 years, France has not conferred a title. Marshal St. Arnault was not only the first marshal of the Second Empire, but also the first person to receive the title. This is enough to explain the emperor's favor for St. Arnault and the army. Although it is said that the current title is far less valuable than the title before the Great Revolution, it is still a stepping stone to the upper class. People without titles, no matter how powerful they are, will not be accepted by the upper classes. Of course, if you are promoted to the upper class as a literati, like Thiers, the title of nobility is indeed an optional item. Because every salon needs a group of literati to liven up the atmosphere, these literati are also known as the imperial literati. P.S. Before the Great Revolution, most of the aristocrats were tied to the land, and they were also called landed aristocrats. After the Great Revolution, France not only distributed the land of the nobles to the peasants, but also destroyed the land aristocrats enjoyed under the feudal system. Once this privilege is destroyed, it is difficult to re-establish it. Therefore, during the restoration of Bourbon, even if Louis XVIII and Charles X tried their best to re-establish a deep-rooted aristocracy, because the privileges of feudal land were destroyed, the re-established aristocracy would never be like the previous aristocracy. The topic has gone too far. Jerome Bonaparte's canonization of Marshal St. Arnault is a stark hint to the soldiers. There is only one way to complete the class transition, and that is to make outstanding achievements in the army. As long as the military merits are in place, they will be able to get the opportunity to be promoted to the upper class. Should I call you the Count of Sevastopol now? Jerome Bonaparte, who had announced his title in public, used a sarcastic tone to remind Marshal St. Arnault that he should say something like a testimonial. Marshal St. Arnault, who had recovered, hurriedly gave Jerome Bonaparte a military salute and replied humbly, "Your Majesty, thank you for your recognition of my meager merit. I personally think that this merit is the same as your treatment of me. Compared with the grace of my own, it is trivial. I will give you my everything, even my life. Loyalty will be my only creed. As long as there is one breath left, I will fight to the end for you." Very good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction. Your loyalty will be rewarded in the testimony of God. With the end of the hospital bed award ceremony, Jerome Bonaparte and Marshal Riegnaud left the ward of Marshal St. Arnault. The wounded soldiers in the military district hospital came to Jerome Bonaparte and Marshal Riegnaud one after another. Both Jerome Bonaparte and Marshal Riegnaud stretched out their hands to shake hands with the wounded soldiers and ask them about their recovery. Many of the wounded said their bodies had almost recovered. If the hospital had not forced them to stay in the hospital for a period of observation, they would have left the hospital long ago and returned to the Crimean battlefield to fight battles for the French Empire. Soldiers, what the doctor said is for the sake of your health. You must follow the doctor's teachings and don't cause unnecessary trouble to the doctor. Medical troubles are never allowed to happen in the hospital. Jerome Bonaparte perseveres and persuades. The doctor in the distance couldn't help being moved after hearing Jerome Bonaparte's speech. His Majesty the Emperor has not forgotten these doctors, and Jerome Bonaparte and Marshal Renaud shook hands with the doctors and nurses in the hospital one by one and praised their spirit of saving lives and helping the wounded. I'm here for two purposes. The first is to honor the soldiers of the Crimean Peninsula, and the second is to solve the difficulties of your medical workers. If you have any difficulties, please ask. Let me explain. Jerome Bonaparte said to them in a brisk tone, even if I sell an, I will meet your requirements. Your Majesty, we didn't The director of the military district hospital responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a flattering expression point explaining the difficulties to the leaders is a manifestation of incompetence, so even if they really have difficulties in this hospital, they will not tell Jerome Bonaparte face to face. Your Majesty, we need more doctors and nurses. Before the dean could finish speaking, Vernier's voice reached Jerome Bonaparte. Who is it? Jerome Bonaparte deliberately pretended not to know Vernier and asked with his head tilted. Vernier. The dean's tone was a little urgent to stop Vernier. At this time, he obviously forgot that Vernier was a person with a backstage. Mr. Dean, don't talk. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand and ordered the dean to stop speaking and then said to Vernier, go ahead. Your Majesty, our hospital still needs a group of doctors and nurses. Vernier repeated again. I see. I will send some volunteers from France. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and asked again, do you have any other requests, Your Majesty? I hope that the military district hospital can open a subdivision hospital in Sevastopol and then gradually transfer operations there. Vernier continued to demand. I don't agree. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and refused Vernier's request. He knew that once he agreed to Vernier's request, Vernier would most likely go to Sevastopol, and Sevastopol will become the focus of the Russian Empire in the next battle. Your Majesty, didn't you agree to any conditions just now? Vernier retorted plausibly. The hospital must not be located near the war. Jerome Bonaparte replied firmly. Your Majesty, if the hospital is not located near the war, how does it perform its functions? Vernier responded to Jerome Bonaparte again, and I heard that the Kingdom of Britain has sent a team go to Sevastopol. We can't be left behind either. Vernier, don't say it anymore. The hospital director shouted to Vernier loudly, and then responded with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, Vernier is so presumptuous. Why do I think you are more presumptuous? Jerome Bonaparte responded to the dean in a bad tone. How could he get an outsider to interject in his conversation with Vernier? Your Majesty, I, the dean, who felt the hostility in Jerome Bonaparte's eyes, swallowed. He didn't know exactly where he had offended His Majesty the Emperor. Let's take a long-term view on this matter. Jerome Bonaparte decisively ended the topic, and he decided to ask Vernier's thoughts in private. After the short conversation, Jerome Bonaparte and Reignor went to the intensive care bed again. Most of the patients lying here were people with missing arms and legs. They all cheered loudly after seeing Jerome Bonaparte and Marshal Renaud. Jerome Bonaparte went to their hospital beds to inquire about their status. The soldiers regretfully told Jerome Bonaparte that they were afraid they would not be able to fight for the emperor. You have done what you should have done. Jerome Bonaparte said sincerely. Leave the rest to others. You have only one task now. Live well. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldiers responded with a sonorous voice. Jerome Bonaparte and Marshal Renaud with their entourage left under the watchful eye of the doctors, nurses, and wounded in the military district hospital. Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte in the carriage glanced at the seated Marshal Renaud, who was opposite him, said, "It's hard work, Your Majesty." "It's nothing." Marshal Renaud responded with a slightly low tone. That night, Jerome Bonaparte met with Vernier again, and Jerome Bonaparte asked in detail why Vernier suddenly had the idea of going to Sevastopol. "Your Majesty, the time required for the journey from Constantinople to Sevastopol is enough for us to pull dozens of French youths back from the dead," Vernier told Jerome. Bonaparte responded, "It won't be long before there's a big battle in Sevastopol." https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.